Go through it a bit. Hi, Blanca. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you feeling okay? Oh, gotcha.
Good evening.
Hi, Mayor Protem. We can hear you.
Very good. Let me turn on my camera. Oh,
Okay.
I have a high seat here. It's hard to get in. All right. Thank you. All right.
A little bit scaled down, but the other one like 50 pages or something. Okay, gotcha. All right, well, good evening. Today is Tuesday, June 21, 2022. The time is 5 p.m. and the regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra.
Present.
Councilmember Gomez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the introduction to public comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Would like to speak. Okay. All right, well, welcome everyone to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Section 54957.9. So we're going to, since it looks like we only have one speaker.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're going to just go ahead and move down a little bit on this for the sake of time. So individual council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from her public office and are subject to the same meeting rules of conduct and decorum as other participants. So audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. So Ms. Gomez, you can speak on the closed session item.
City Manager Evaluation, Keith Mesler, June 2022. Communications, though the city manager presents information during meetings, his inability to work effectively as part of a team hinders his
Ms.
success.
Gomez, can you pause just a moment?
Unfortunately,
I know that you're
did you pause my time because it's still going?
knows to do that.
She
so-
didn't. So I missed 3 seconds when you were talking.
Well, we're happy to give you the 3
Thank you.
seconds back. Mr. DeBortnowski, I know that Ms. Gomez is speaking as a member of the public. And so I don't know what the back turning to the dais is meant to mean, but Mr. DeBortnowski, does she have the same latitude that any other audience member would have, or what should that look like?
You should be treated exactly the same as any other audience.
Yeah.
Face the council and address the council.
Yes, so so Ms. Gomez, if you'll again approach the podium and face the council, and your comments are to be addressed to the council in its full.
Unfortunately, he often fails to meet deadlines and lacks consideration for others. In this coming year, we'd like to make sure that there's a display of good time management skills and he's more effective as a member when reporting to the team. Lacks communication with many employees and certain council members when it comes to city-related business and responds to communication outside of the expected timeframe. Needs to improve on written and verbal communication, fails to alert proper personnel regarding essential issues. He should be providing frequent updates on projects to maintain open communication and fails to share important project-related information with City Council. Poor communication leads to ineffective meetings. Leadership, he fails to differentiate between personal and professional relationships and demonstrates some professional behavior while on work grounds. He also displays prejudice that interferes with maintaining a positive work environment. He appears to be distant and standoffish. He will benefit from leadership training to improve leadership skills. He struggles to accept constructive criticism, not leading by example. His mannerism doesn't encourage many employees and councils to feel comfortable communicating openly. He fails to communicate rules, procedures, and messages to subordinate properly. His messages are frequently misunderstood due to the lack of proper communication skills. He excels when working individually, but struggles working with others when possible, lacks leadership skills and the ability to effectively communicate when managing the city council of the team, and communicates condescendingly when asked for assistance, does not display active listening skills with certain city council members and community members when he is at the dais and when in meetings. Productivity, lacks innovation when approaching projects related to community members, avoids high priority tasks and assignments by creating cliques, is ineffective in training other staff members in interagency collaboration, does not show any initiative in learning new technologies to help the community or to enhance the workplace for its members. Aptitude and demeanor, fails to maintain a positive attitude and demeanor despite unforeseen problems, minimally shows support to team members in an effective and efficient manner, lacks demonstration of and willing to learn new skills and techniques in the workplace, succumbs to stress quite frequently. Creativity, he's not open to new ideas and perspectives and discourages creativity solutions, rarely generating new ideas. Unfortunately, not willing to accept change. He will benefit from being more resourceful. He has creative ideas, but is unable to bring them to life. He's unwilling to adapt to new situations and circumstances and hesitant in addressing difficult customer situations, becoming regularly frustrated by customers. He spends too much time on tasks not related to work during the day and needs too much time to complete tasks. He would benefit from developing a plan for each day to be more productive. Table
Your time
scores,
is up.
1.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. And it appears that we have another council member going to speak before us as a member of the audience. Ms. Becerra, address the full of the council, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For
Yes.
those who don't know, my name is Elizabeth Becerra. I worked for the city of Victorville for 34 years under many city managers. But what you don't understand is the city manager, Keith Metzler, has been
You
the
would
best
please
city
address the
Ma'am.
council as we all have. Point of order. She named him. She's not supposed to do that.
Member Gomez.
5 or 6
No, no,
times.
please,
You're
that's
not supposed to.
Member Gomez, so you should start that by saying point of order. Otherwise, it looks like you're counseling someone and facilitating. the
Point of
meeting.
order.
Yes. So my take on what was being said was that she was making broad comments to the full of the council. So your point's not well taken.
Point of order. When she addresses.
And if
Keith
you
Metzler,
notice,
Chair has ruled. Would the member like to appeal from the decision of the chair?
We don't have enough votes.
yeah, you do.
You are mistaken. Would you like to appeal the decision? of
Yes.
the chair? All right, very good. So the question,
No, you're over there. You stay there and you shut up.
so.
Okay, so she's just relinquished her comments. You know that based on policy. Point of order, when she leaves the comment, she has now given up the rest of her time.
No,
So
we
you might,
have to take up a point of order.
no,
So,
not when she's sitting as a member.
Member Gomez, will you please?
A
pause? We're going to
non-member.
proceed Whether you're talking or not.
Go
So,
ahead and proceed.
The member Gomez wishes to appeal from the decision of the chair.
Becerra,
Chair
point of order, Becerra has lost her opportunity to
that
comment.
Member Becerra was speaking to the full of the council and not to any individual manner. So at this point, that is the chair's ruling. And so the question before the council is going to be, should the decision of the chair be sustained? With that said, Member Gomez, you have a quick moment to cite the policy under which you are asserting that the policy.
When Councilwoman Blanca Gomez mentioned Keith Mesler, she was reprimanded, and you made sure that the city attorney addressed it, that I would be treated the same, so I stopped saying his name. So because Ms. Becerra was saying his name, she's not supposed to do that, so just make sure that she doesn't say his name, and we know who she's talking about now.
Thank you, Member Gomez. However, and the chair is going to intercede as we're dealing with the ruling of the chair. Member Gomez has misconstrued the initial question that I had for Mr. DeBortnowski. It had nothing to do with saying Mr. Metzler's name. It was the content of it. And I simply wished to confirm that she could proceed on this particular subject as would any other audience member. And of course she was. So Member Gomez has misconstrued the original chair of the ruling when she was speaking.
Point not well taken.
So Member Gomez is not facilitating this meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, did you wish to comment on the appeal from the decision of the chair?
I think that your decision was appropriate. I did not hear, I thought the policy addressed members calling out individual council persons, making disparate marks in particular. I didn't hear anything that violated our policy, so. I
That's
think
one
we
of them, most certainly. Thank you.
Yes.
Member Pacetta, did you wish to comment on the appeal from the decision of the chair?
No, Mayor Pro Tem said it well.
Thank you. All right, with that said, again, the question before the council is, should the decision of the chair be sustained? With that, Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Overturned, you mean, or no? How-
No, sustained.
Sorry,
please.
point of order, there's side conversation, which the member was not recognized.
That's fair enough. So Member Becerra, it would help if you would speak into the microphone and so that it's all very formal. So sustained means that the chair made a decision, shall it be upheld is effectively what I'm saying. So Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, yes,
Mayor
yes.
Jones.
Yes, thank you. So the ruling of the chair has been sustained. The appeal fails. Ms. Becerra is going to go down again and continue her time as a speaker of the audience, having dealt with the issue that arose during her comments.
There's a point of order. It says, should a speaker conclude their comments prior to the expiration of 3 minutes, the speaker waives the right to speak for any remaining amount of the time, and she would be treated just like any other member. So her time has been waived. And I would like to also do the same
That
thing.
was a point of order. It is not well taken.
It's
Ms.
written on the
Becerra's,
drama. On the
comments were
agenda.
not concluded. I called her back up to.
No,
the
you didn't call her. It's on the record. She decided to bring herself back up.
Member Becerra, Member Gomez is out of order. The chair called Ms. Becerra back up to the dais to deal with it, with your appeal from the decision of the chair.
I would
She
like
has-
to appeal that decision too.
All right, moving on. Thank
You
you.
did waive her
Ms. Becerra.
time, but you're gonna give it back.
To the person that was speaking before me, Mrs. Gomez.
You will address the
Um,
entire council.
person
Point of
who was
order.
standing
Gomez is
here.
out of order.
No,
It's
point
not
of
that
order. She's not allowed to say any names, and she
You are-
has been.
You are fundamentally incorrect.
No, you are
There is-
fundamentally incorrect. You are not allowing, oh, there isn't? Okay, I would like to hear that. You know, I'm gonna be
There
quiet.
is no problem with saying names. It's who you are speaking to.
So I can say names too? Okay. So when she says Blanca or Keith, we're all good, right?
Moving on.
Okay, that means yes. Okay, I will do the same.
Employee has brought this city to where we're at today. We are physically in the most best position we've ever been. The employees that she speaks of, the employees are happy here. We've treated them well. We've given them what they've needed. We've given them their work day schedule, day to day. He brought us out of COVID-19 without us failing. You and I have been to meetings where they've asked us to speak what he did. And no other city around us had been invited for that. So when he, and I apologize to address you as that, sir, how can you say that he does not work? We're in the best position we've ever been. This council has approved so much stuff that puts this city in the best possible light. Contrary to one council member being against everything we're trying to do for this city and better this city,
Point of
This
order, she's not within the scope of
has-
the evaluation of the city manager.
Member Gomez, she
Neither were
is
you.
speaking in the same light that you were given the latitude. of.
I wasn't given latitude. All of my rendition was for evaluation. Hers is coming outside of the evaluation.
so to the public hearing this, To the gentleman that has brought us here, the city manager, that's his title. Thank you. You've brought the city
To
to
the
where
whole
we're at
council,
now.
please, Ms. Becerra.
To the person that runs the city, you've put us in the best position we've ever seen.
Ms.
You
Becerra,
get stuff done,
council.
you get stuff done and know what you're doing on a day-to-day basis with the employees. I worked for you for many years. Now I'm your boss. You had no problem with that. You brought me in, you figured out how to make it work on a day-to-day basis. You do let us know everything. You don't let us know at that moment. You don't let us
Ms.
know
Becerra,
sometimes
I'm
when
so
the,
sorry.
when the
You can say Mr. Metzler does this, and
Mr.
that way
Metzler.
you're addressing all of
Okay.
us. Thank you, ma'am.
you let us know at the time we need to know. Some of the fire stuff going on, some of the police stuff going on, of course you cannot. But you've let us know everything. We've gotten emails, we've gotten text messages, we've gotten everything that we need to know. Specifically to one specific council member, no, but you can't. So whoever's hearing this, don't believe what you hear. See what you believe. Come down here and ask to see. Know the position we're in financially. Know how this gentleman has put us in the position we're in. Don't listen to the crazy people that stand at this dais before us because of what I know and what I've seen. Like I said, 34 years at the city, and now where I'm at, I know what you've done for us. So congratulations for putting this city where we're at today. Don't listen to one person's negative comments, please. Don't let it get you down. And you ain't going nowhere, contrary to what someone wants you to go.
No one said
Thank
that you would address the
you.
council. She's making accusatory remarks. I never said anything of that regard.
Moving on. Thank you, Ms. Becerra. Madam Clerk.
No additional in-chamber speakers. I do have one via Zoom.
Okay, and so, yes, of course. So this is a frequent speaker, and so I'm going to, because I didn't read the whole of the introduction to public comments tonight, but this speaker has come to this council many, many times, and I'm confident that has a very good understanding of the rules that we expect to be followed. So, welcome.
Our next speaker is Galaxy A12.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am speaking to the full council. I have one comment and one question. My comment is, I did not know that Council Member Gomez and Keith Metzler, the city manager, spent so much time together that she could speak about him either in City Hall or outside of City Hall, where she could speak with him with and make those kinds of assertions. That's my comment. So, and that's my comment. And my question is I'm wondering who wrote that ridiculous diatribe she just performed. That's my comment, Your Honor. Thank you, and Council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers.
Okay, will you please set the timer for 30 seconds as a means to assist? anyone?
Ralph Brown has his hand raised. We don't want him to go ignored.
I don't see
As
it.
a point of order, I did see it.
I don't see a Ralph Brown.
Point of order, Mr. Ralph Brown consistently gets knocked off, and I just want to make sure that we're not doing that publicly now. I did see his hand raised, so I don't know what's going on.
Thank you, Member Gomez. However, I've never seen that. I'm going to trust the judgment of Madam Clerk and her assistant who is helping with these proceedings. So, Madam Clerk, do you see a Mr. Brown with a raised hand?
No.
All right, thank you. So please set the timer for 30 seconds in case he or anyone else would like to, desires to speak and might be having technical difficulties.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there's no additional speakers.
All right, with that said, the chair does conclude the public comment period, both in chambers and via Zoom. And now we're going to move on, and the item is brought back to the council. Mr. T. Bortnowski, any closed session items to declare?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jones. We have one item this evening. It is Government Code 54957B, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, and the position is the city manager. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski. With that said, we're going to recess to closed session. We'll resume open session at 6 p.m.
Well, I can't open that door, so I have to buzz you in.
Let me see.
That's for sure. You should hang out at the courthouse. You should, I mean, I do all the time. All the time. With these judges, you see a lot of the testy liars. It's interesting. A lot of those halls become empty and that's when they start doing the hardcore criminality, you know? And you just sit there for hours and you're like, I can't believe you guys are doing this. Like, is this even legal? Where is this statute in the law that you can get away with it? It's called discretion, right? Latitude. They utilize it all the time and it's affecting communities. But they're squeezing out the commodity of the dollar, right? How much can we take off of you before we leave you homeless? Or destroy part of the mental bandwidth that you can carry this.
So, do you remember your jacket? I mean, your blanket? It's perfect. I'd like to thank all our department heads for being here, taking time away from your families. Thank you.
So if we can talk like this, I could talk to you too, right? There's no point of order. You see how it works? Like beautiful, right? You don't get reprimanded once, so why would you reprimand the other one? Oh, and just so you know, when you're a staff member, you have a tendency of sitting on that side. So that's staff, and it's very rare when you have like one or two members, but because you don't know, you're like, oh, maybe these are all these members, but we don't want to talk to ourselves, you know? So we have to have staff members sitting out there as well. It's just so you know. So maybe we have 1, 2, 3 members from the public, maybe, counting on one hand. Ostracized, marginalization, typical. Government doesn't want you here because guess what? It's my business, not yours. It's just like money, 300,000, you know, 297,000. It's a lot.
All right, well, good evening. Today is Tuesday, June 21, 2022. The time is 6 p.m. We are resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the redevelopment agency. The city is housing assets successor, joint powers financing authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Present.
Councilmember Gomez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on now to closed session announcements by our city attorney, Mr. DeBornowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had one item this evening. It was public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B. The title of the position was city manager. At this time, there is no reportable action with respect to that item.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeBornowski. We're now going to move on to our invocation led this evening by Pastor Dane Davis from Impact Christian Church. And then that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Lieutenant Visosky. Pastor Davis, thank you for being with us. Everyone, please rise if you're able.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. It's a privilege as always to be here. I was in Psalm 111 this morning. Thought this would be appropriate verse for tonight. It says, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. All who follow his precepts have good understanding. To him belongs eternal praise." And the thought that came to mind, it begins with a healthy respect of God. It ends with praise throughout all eternity. And there in the middle of those two is wisdom and understanding and a life well lived. So let's pray with that in mind tonight. Heavenly Father, we thank you that you are the source of all wisdom. You are the source, Lord, of all that is worthy of respect and honor and dignity. Lord, we just come to you tonight leaning on you for your wisdom, your understanding, your insight. Because, Lord, our insight, our wisdom, our knowledge is so limited. Lord, we can't see tomorrow, only you can. We can't see into next week or next month or next year, but you're already there. So, Lord, we just pray that your amazing wisdom would be upon our city council members tonight. Lord, we know that in eternity, we will be praising you and seeing you in all of your goodness and your mighty grace and mercy. So I pray, oh God, that as we move in that direction, Lord, we would make decisions that are wise, decisions, Lord, that are steeped in knowledge and righteousness, Lord. We want to do what is right for you and also for this city of ours. Thank you for the privilege of leading. Thank you for the privilege of serving. And I thank you for each of these men and women who serve our city so well. Be with them tonight. Give them unity in their proceedings. And may we bring you much honor and glory as we make decisions. And it's in your name that we pray, Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Pastor Davis. Thank you, Lieutenant. All right, we're now going to move on to our proclamations and special presentations, and we're going to have our Madam Clerk swear in a few individuals. So at this point, Madam Clerk, I'm going to hand this over to you to take it from here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd like John and Leanna DeRoyan to meet me at the podium.
Uh-oh.
I, John Royan, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without mental reservation without purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties on which I'm about to enter.
Next, can I have Joel and Shanna Jensen?
I, Joel Jensen, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
All right, well, again, congratulations to our new fire captain and fire engineer, and thank you to all of your colleagues for being here in support. Much appreciated by the council. All right, moving on. Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are no revisions to the agenda.
All right, thank you. Conflict of interest declarations, council members, anything to report?
None, Madam Mayor.
Hearing none, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to our public comment period. Madam Clerk, are there requests to speak in chambers?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, well, everyone, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your city council is interested in your ideas and opinions, and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance to our established policies and procedures and Government Code Section 54957.9. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comment section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Additional time may be allocated for appeal hearings in accordance with the city's adopted policy and procedures manual. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing item may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing item has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing that particular item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request that the staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from her public office and are subject to the same meeting rules of conduct and decorum as other public participants. Whether attending this meeting in person or via Zoom, once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number that will be addressed or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. With that, Madam Clerk, can we have our first speaker from in chambers?
Our first speaker is Thomas Fleming on general items.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Flemings. Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. I could see your face today. It's great that I can see all your faces. Not like last 2 weeks. So you're all beautiful, without those masks. Last time you commented on my shorts, I was upset with I was wearing a mask, but this time I say thank you for that. Last time I talked about human and animal safe roadways. Right out here on this road, there's all these barriers. And I don't know what they're protecting, but it's just gravel over there, right? There's all these barriers, big, huge space protecting just an empty space. Now, everywhere in Victorville, 90% of it, where there's a lot of traffic, there are no barriers. Barriers protecting gravel, no barriers protecting people against traffic. Why is that? I would like to ask you, why is that? City managers, mayor. The definition of mayor is the lead, the head of a city. Somebody has to answer that question for me. Secondly, there were a lot of things about the police in the last meeting. I wonder why the police will come up to me while I'm looking at my flowers, interrogate me, yet when people actually have legitimate concerns, the police don't show up. I would like an answer for that. Why does that happen? I'm sure it happens multiple times a day. Okay, now about the animal safety on the roads. I called one of the animal places in Victorville. And I said, how many calls do you get about animals being run over? It's kind of hard to get the answer, but it was average about 6 daily. 6 animals being run over a day. Kids love animals. So in the area, I would say that's about 10 a day, 10 animals a day, 10 times 360, that's 3,600 animals are being run over in a year. That's minimum. I mean, where's the compassion? Where's the compassion? People are getting run over. I tried to call the police about that. Police get paid a lot. The police and sheriffs get paid a lot. A lot. Where are the statistics on how many people are getting run over? Not pedestrians. Where are the statistics on how many human beings are being run over? I don't care about pedestrians. I care about how many human beings are run over. Why is there no compassion on it? Why is no statistics? I call and I call and I call and I call. No one has the answer. How much are the police getting paid? The sheriff's getting paid? And do they keep any statistics? Pretty sure they do. They don't want that information being revealed to the public because they don't want the mass amount of public being in shock that nothing
Your
is
time
being
is up.
done.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. We appreciate your remarks. Madam Clerk?
That concludes in-chamber speakers.
All right, so we're going to conclude our comments for in chambers, moving on to Zoom. Any requests?
Our first speaker is Galaxy A12.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. Let me cut over to my notes. One moment here and I'll pull it up. Okay, I'm going to be addressing the council in full about comments that Councilmember Gomez has made here in the last couple of meetings. I don't have the specific dates, but within the last few meetings. So, because I've put this off for a very long time and I really just can't take it anymore. And so I feel obligated to address it. So in one of her public comments a few meetings back, she said, "I'm praying to God," that's a direct quote, and she was referencing a specific result, which I think was a vote, the way a vote would go on something at the dais. So I'm wondering what God it is exactly that she prays to, because I don't think it's mine or most people's as we stand before our God during the invocation. So I presume it has more to do with her blatantly obvious contempt and jealousy of Mayor Jones. Yep, that sounds about right. Her behavior is rude and classless. I don't recall Ms. Gomez ever acting that way, that disrespectful way, when Mayor Garcia was on the dais. Ms. Gomez just has many major issues wherein she's always the victim. Police authority and abuse, that's followed by a question mark at the end. That ignorant notion belongs over at the VVPD. It has nothing to do with city business. She claims, got it on videos, she claims she supports law enforcement, but it's an outright lie. She hates and despises them. Everyone knows that. The city, she brings up the city needs to be customer service based. She says, first, Ms. Gomez needs to turn around, click her heels together 3 times while repeating this following: let it begin with me. Talking about objections to wearing masks is not going to be flexible or a debatable policy, as you would like every single thing to be, referring to her. It's not going to happen. Grow up and get over it. Most of the real things in life, Ms. Gomez, are not up for debate and certainly are not
To the full
flexible.
of the council, please.
I apologize. I realized it when I said it. I apologize. And to Ms. Gomez, like it or not, nobody cares if we do or we don't. That's my comments, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Ralph Brown.
Good evening, Mr. Brown. Welcome. Mr. Brown, are you with us? I saw your hand raised a moment ago, so Madam Clerk, is his hand raised?
No, and he's no longer on.
All right. Any other requests? by
He's
Zoom?
there. He's there now. Hang
All
on.
right, thank you. Mr. Brown, can you hear us?
His microphone shows he's unmuted.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on, but we will come back to Mr. Brown in hopes that his technical difficulties resolve. Are there any other requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, so let's set the
The
time.
point of order, assuming that he's having and the city of Victorville is not intervening. Thank you.
That's inappropriate, Councilmember Gomez. So set the timer, please, for 30 seconds. And hopefully this will assist Mr. Brown and or any other person in the Zoom audience who may wish to speak.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there are no additional speakers other than Mr. Brown.
Okay, and Mr. Brown, I see his hand raised and it looks like it's muted. Are you seeing that as well?
I am this time, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Brown, if you can hear us, will you please unmute yourself?
It shows him unmuted.
Okay, it does show Mr. Brown unmuted. Mr. Brown, would you like to try and speak and see if we can hear you? Mr. Brown? All right. With that said, we're going to go ahead and close the public comment period and bring this item back to the council. Moving on to our first business in order this evening, which is public hearings. We're going to begin with item number 1. This is the award of construction contract pipeline replacement project, Area 31. Mr. Metzler, will you please tee up the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item involves an award of contract to replace an existing 8-inch steel pipeline, which is located under the ramp, as we call it, which is a large concrete area on the airfield out at Southern California Logistics Airport. And effectively, it's replacing a very old ductile iron pipe, about 5,500 lineal feet, with a newer ductile iron pipe as well. Extensive amount of concrete work has to be done to access the pipe and then effectively replace the pipe. So with that, this item has been publicly bid, and the recommendation has been set forward by your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler, who's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable Water District Board of Directors open and conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, approve the notice of exemption, and award a construction contract to Van Dyke Corporation in the amount of $2,633,939.49 for the pipeline replacement project, Area 31.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, with that said, we're going to get into technical questions for clarification as it relates directly to the staff report and more specifically to the awarding of the construction contract. So we're going to begin this evening with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I only have a couple of questions regarding this contract. I understand that Van Dyke Corporation was the lowest bidder for this project. However, outside of this particular project, does the city have a relationship with this corporation, or has it had a relationship with this corporation? And my question, that's a twofold question. Have we seen any other projects this company has completed where we may have had an opportunity to see the quality of their work?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. The name looks familiar to me, but I can't speak to specific work or experience we've had with Van Dyke Corporation. But Mr. Brian Gangler, our city engineer, is at the podium. He can speak to Van Dyke.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Gangler. How are you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Yes, as I recall, the Van Dyke Corporation has completed 2 previous contracts for the city. There were water pipeline contracts. I can't remember the exact years. The last one was completed a few years ago, and it was in what we call the square mile area of the city.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have anything further, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I don't. I just wanted to know, are we familiar with this particular corporation? It sounds like we do have a working relationship with this corporation.
All
I don't
right,
have any other questions. Thank you.
thank you. All right, Member Gomez, questions?
What is the cost per pipe and how much pipe will be laid? How many square feet are we going to work on to spend $9 million?
It's approximately 5,500 lineal feet, and the bid spec is actually included
Point
in.
of order, would you mind repeating yourself? I didn't hear the measurement.
So the point is well taken.
Yes, sorry about that. So I'm referring to page 30 of the staff report, and so the lineal footage is how we measure pipe. In this particular case, it is 5,446 lineal feet. And that on that page, you'll actually see what the actual unit price and the cost is associated with the pipe. But you'll also see that there's a scope of work much greater than the actual pipe.
And historically, how common is it for the city to accommodate delays of tenant? Oh, that's a different question. Sorry, let me go back to my question. What is the life of the replacement main flight line apron and the iron pipe?
You would expect a life for a pipe like this to be at least 50 to 60 years.
And how long have the old pipes and the flight line apron been in place for?
That I'm not completely sure about. It's my understanding that that water line was part of the original water system for George Air Force Base.
So how can we infer that there's a need if we don't look at the history? Is there breakage and emergencies being established that we need to address it?
Well, this pipe has a history of leakage. As a matter of fact, several years ago, we had to do an emergency repair because there was a leak and it had caused damage to the concrete pavement.
Okay, and at this point, I'm going to call for the orders of the day. I mean, those are reasonable questions, certainly, but it's focusing on objective details that really are taking us off the purpose of this item. So if we could move on, please.
Do you see how she wants to
And
shut me
focus
down?
on the, Member Gomez will speak to the council
Fascist
and not members of
woman.
the audience.
Is the excess a minimum found in any place of the documents that sustains is legitimacy? Like, can we find it in the code or any kind of standard practice for the bidding excess? There's a bidding excess of 25 that's stated based on the engineer's report.
Oh, if I understand your question correctly, I believe you're referring to that the low bid was 25% higher than the engineer's estimate?
Yes.
Yes, I can answer that. Well, first of all, this is a very difficult project to estimate because of the nature of the work. We don't normally do projects that are under 18 inches thick of concrete. So we did our best to estimate it. Secondly, material and labor prices have been escalating pretty rapidly. And so, quite frankly, right now it's difficult to estimate project costs. So to me, it's not surprising that it's 25% over the estimate.
Okay, and what is the city doing to determine most of its accuracy to the current estimations when addressing the bids? I just have an expectancy of the engineer to be a little bit more precise with 20, 25 years. So I was wondering, do we do anything or do we just rely on material costs?
We do, yeah. We look at historical prices from the most recent projects, and we also access prices from other similar projects, current prices.
Okay, and then is there documentation or any data that sustains the validation for the percentages that were increased? And this is addressing, there's inflation, there's fuels, there's shortages of concrete. Did we have any data gathered to surmise or are we just relying on history and that's how we came up with a figure?
I would say both. We rely on the history of other similar projects, the actual bid results, and also look at the current escalation in prices.
Okay, and last, how is the guest substantiated for accuracy when it's brought forth to this legislative body? I mean, I don't have the data in front of me, so I'm just hoping and relying on your testimony tonight.
Well, typically, if an estimate is plus or minus 10% of the bid, I would say that's a very good estimate. Often it's not possible to estimate a project that accurately. So again, it's not surprising at all that this is 25% higher than the engineer's estimate.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. And before we move on briefly, the chair would like to assert a point of privilege. So, Member Gomez,
Your point is not well taken. Now you're addressing me.
away from your right to record, but this device is much more obtrusive than it has been in the past, and I'm having difficulty.
Who do you need to look at? Well, I can't see Becerra either. I can't see part of the team over there.
We're
The
gonna just move
backpack's
on.
hiding it. I can't even see Keith Mesler's face.
Sarah,
You know,
you.
same old, same old.
Thank you. It would just be helpful if we had some cooperation and
I
collaboration.
know. I wish you would do the same. Follow an
Becerra.
example. You're an example here today.
Mr. Metzler, if I may ask Mr. Gengler a couple of questions. Mr. Gengler, I did notice, like you said, 5,446 linear feet. I did notice there's going to be 13 service lines going to the buildings out there. Are we going to do this at night? Are we going to get in each other's way? There's a lot of work going on that flight line. Is it something that we put in there at night or what are we going to do?
That's a good question. It will be day work. We've worked closely with the airport department, so they will have to work very closely with the tenants at the airport. There are some materials and such and storage that will need to be moved from time to time to accommodate the construction. So it will require close coordination with the airport.
Okay, and I do know our fire department also runs across, from the picture that I've seen, runs across one area of, we're gonna open up the concrete to lay the new line. What are we gonna do there? We're gonna try to give them steel plates? Are we gonna work with them? Yes, okay,
Yes, there will have to be steel plating in places.
okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions. Thank you very much. Very well put together report.
Thank you, Member Becerra, and the chair has no questions. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing for public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak in
No.
chambers?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, any Zoom requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Please set the timer for 30 seconds in the event that any member from our Zoom audience wishes to speak on public hearing item number 1.
Mr. Brown just raised his hand.
Thank you. Mr. Brown? Okay, Mr. Brown, I now see that you're unmuted. There will be no discussion from the audience. Mr. Brown,
Nobody was
see that you're
talking. I was.
Mr. Brown, can you hear us? We see that you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you. All right, Mr. Brown, we're going to move on, but we're going to make an attempt to come back to you most certainly. Madam Clerk? Any additional Zoom requests?
No, timing for 30 seconds.
All right, okay, now we'll time for 30 seconds. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed. I don't have any additional speakers.
All right, with that said, the chair closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council. At this time, its motion is in order from the Victorville Water District Board of Directors as to points 3 and 4, if you so desire.
So moved.
Second.
Staff report
So moved to follow staff report.
for 3 and 4. Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. And again, the motion is to adopt staff recommendation as to points 3 and 4. All right, we're going to go ahead and open the discussion period on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Currently not.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, so thank you very much. The Victorville Water District Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the recommendation set out on the agenda, specifically as to points 3 and 4. Moving on to public hearing item number 2. This is the a development agreement to allow for a 1-year extension of time for tentative tract map 14525, a 319-lot single-family residential subdivision that was previously approved and environmentally assessed, located west of and abutting Stoddard Wells Road, south of Interstate 15, and approximately 2,000 feet north of D Street. Applicant is SLPR LLC. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Tentative tract 14525 is set to expire on July 7th, 2022. And the proponent on the project, the owner of the map, had applied to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission heard a request by it to enter into a development agreement, which the commission met on June 8th and actually approved the use of a development agreement basically for the period of 1 year to extend the life of that existing tentative tract map. It's believed that the 1-year time frame will allow sufficient amount of time to get the map from its current tentative stage to a recordable stage, which requires the submittal of a number of public improvements. And so with that, This item has been forwarded to your attention because development agreements are spoken to by code, is why we're actually treating this as a public hearing item. So with that, the author on this item is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct a public hearing, close the public hearing, introduce ordinance number 2430 for adoption and first reading by title only for the development agreement between the City of Victorville and SLPR LLC, and waive further reading in full of proposed development agreement ordinance number 2430.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. With that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report specifically. We're going to begin this time with Member Gomez.
Historically, how common is for the city to accommodate delay of tentative track maps for any amount of time?
Mr. Scott Webb, would you try fielding that one?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, fellow council members. It is common for developers to get the initial 3-year approval of a tentative map and come back for subsequent time extensions. In this case, they've already applied and received the maximum amount of extensions allowed by our government code. So the only other provision that we have available to us is to allow them to enter into a development agreement with the city. We've done this previously once before with a subdivision that was recorded within that 1-year time frame off of Village Drive.
And what are the steps and costs that the applicant must go through to secure an agenda item to appear before the council for something like this? Is it arduous? Is it simple? I mean, is it a relationship? How do you get something like this? Is it appealable?
It is an application that's available on our website, and we walk the developers through that process. It takes them first to the Planning Commission and then automatically to the City Council.
And how does the recordation of the map merit a delay? And what are the options to that delay?
This application would allow them additional time to get all of their improvement plans in place so they can record it within a 12-month period.
And how many extensions were allotted formally for this planned PUD, planned unit development?
There was an initial 3-year approval, followed by 4 years of automatic state extensions through various assembly bills. And then the city approved an additional 6-year time extension.
So did this start in 2009?
Yes.
So I'm not very familiar with the process, but some of the things that I could potentially see is what happens when you allow so many years for something to be not constructed, and then you come years later and you try to kind of revamp and extend, but yet it's still not in usage. Would you mind helping me understand?
Yes, the Planning Commission reviewed that at their meeting in June to ensure that the project still complies with our current code. Therefore, they recommended approval of this development agreement.
Okay, and how does the language in the resolution respect today's date of June 20th, yet displays an alternate date in ordinance number 2430? You can see page 37 for the dates of the public hearings.
I'm sorry, you said what page?
37. So it just has a different date. So I want to make sure that when we pass the resolution, it's in accordance to the date, but I'm just reading it wrong. June 8th, but today's past the June 8th. I didn't know if that needed revision or if that just.
The June 8th date was the date that the Planning Commission recommended approval of the development.
Okay, and how is this project subject to public benefit?
In that resolution, it goes through how the Planning Commission determined that having an available supply of lots that could be available for builders to build more housing during the state's housing shortage in itself is a public benefit.
Okay, so I'm just going to read on page 37 for the sake of clarity. It says pursuant to Title 7, and it goes on, a public hearing was held on the 8th day of June 2022 to hear arguments for and against the issue. So that's not today. Is that what you're saying? Just want to make sure that that's not relayed to tonight's meeting.
That's correct. That's referred.
Thank you for the clarification. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, Member Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. What I did notice, phase one is supposed to have 55 lots. And in addition to phase one, it looks like there's open space and what appears to be a park. Could I say that that's correct, what I'm reading on their check map?
That is correct.
So this isn't a private development. The park would be open to the public.
This is actually a plan unit development that will include some private amenities that'll be maintained by a homeowners association.
So this park won't be a part of, we won't be responsible for the maintenance and anything.
That is correct.
So phase 155 and phase 234, that's almost 100 homes right there to help us out. And if we approve, the contractor's still willing to continue this build exactly the way it is, phases 1 through 7.
Yes, they would have to conform with the current tentative approval map.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Webb, I'm just curious, what has been the holdup? Because it sounds like they've exhausted all of the extensions provided under the law and so forth. What has been the holdup?
It is common for developers to hold on to their tentative map approval and not expend the funds to finalize all of their improvement plans until they're ready to build.
Okay.
In this case, they're holding off for some reason. In the past, they've held off, but they realize now they have 12 months to get it done. So I think the market's right for them and they didn't want this approval to lapse.
Okay, and we can expect that this developer is going to commence with the development of his housing tract within the year, right?
If this development agreement gets approved, they would have a year to get the maps recorded. But that does not ensure that development would commence shortly after that. But they would have they would have recorded maps at that point, which would allow them to move forward more quickly.
Well, it seems like a reasonable request. And ultimately, it seems that it would benefit Victorville. So thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And the chair has no questions and is going to go ahead and open the public hearing for public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any in-chambers requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes the in-chambers public comment period. Moving on to Zoom requests.
There are no speakers on Zoom.
Thank you. Please set the timer for 30 seconds. And this is meant to assist any members of our Zoom audience should they wish to speak and might be having technical difficulties.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and I have no additional speakers.
All right, very good. The chair closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council, invites a motion from the council.
Madam Mayor, I move that we accept staff recommendations for items 3 and 4.
Thank you.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
All right, so
thank
the
you.
first by Mayor Pro Tem, a
All
second
right.
Member Becerra. And again, this is related to points 3 and 4 as posted on the agenda. Discussion of the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am, no discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not now.
Thank you. Chair has no discussion on the pending motion, closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda, specifically as it relates to points 3 and 4. Moving on to public hearing item number 3. This is the proposed new electric service rate schedule. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Annually, our Victorville utility, coincident with the budgeting process, conducts an operating review of the operational needs for the electric utility system that operates out at the Southern California Logistics Airport, along with out at the Foxborough Industrial Park. And in analyzing the operating needs of the electric utility, it also is identifying the system revenue requirements. And because the utility adopts its rates by what's called a tariff, and it's done so by its governing body, which is the city council, the rates effectively have to be published once approved. And so as a part of the budget process and included in the budget that we'll discuss later are 2 forms of rate increase necessary basically to help overcome the commodity costs increases that the electric utility has experienced over the last year. And so effectively what's before you in this item is a 2-fold rate increase, one that would go into effect July 1st in the order of 8%, and then a second rate increase on January 1st, 2023 in an amount up to 3.2%. And I say up to because that'll be determined as we continue to monitor the operating needs of the system. To the extent something is determined necessary greater than the 3.2%, we would actually bring that back for council deliberation. And so with council's consideration, those are the 2 rate increases being proposed and included as a part of your later budget. So with that, the author on the item is Brenda Hampton. She's your Director of Electric Utility Services. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council conduct a public hearing, receive testimony for adoption of proposed resolution number 22-060 and resolution number 22-061, and close the public hearing, and adopt resolution number 22-060 to amend and revise the electric service rate schedules for utility services provided by Victorville Municipal Utility Services to commercial and industrial customers located within the Southern California Logistics Airport or Foxborough Industrial Park and served under VMIS's tariffs effective July 1, 2022, and adopt resolution number 22-061 to amend and revise the electric service rate schedules for utility services provided by Victorville Municipal Utility Services to commercial and industrial customers located within the Southern California Logistics Airport or Foxborough Industrial Park and served under VMIS's tariffs effective January 1st, 2023.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification. We're going to begin this time with Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, I don't know for you, the questions for you or Mrs. Hampton. I know the last two times my SCE bill has gone up. I got notice prior to my bill going up. Are we required to do the same thing?
We are required to give notices, but Ms. Hampton knows the specifics as to how much time we have to give.
Yeah, so we've already sent out notices to our customers to let them know that this is coming up, and in case they wanted to come to the council meeting also and testify at the public hearing. So they've all received notices. And, you know, we do that as a standard practice as part of this.
Thank you, ma'am. That was going to be my next question. Included in that letter was today's date. It was going to be on our agenda for them to come and speak against or for the raise increase, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't really have any questions. I too wanted to know had customers been noticed. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so One of the members in the city council just made a comment in regards to bills being addressed to residential customers. It's not my understanding that the tariffs are for the residential customers, so I'm seeking clarity for the sake of the record.
I'll say it. I said when I received my bill from SCE, because I'm a homeowner and I pay for my light bill, I received a bill from SCE. They let you know they're going to raise your bill. I never said anything about these guys servicing me. I said SCE, Southern California Edison is the light for my residential area.
Yes, all right. Member Gomez.
My question still stands.
Yeah, to be clear, we do not serve residential customers.
Thank you for the clarity. Have notices gone out to the SCLA and the Foxborough Industry Parks to survey their opinions of such rate proposals?
We have sent out notifications to all of our customers and made sure that they had the information that they needed. And they certainly are welcome to contact us. They all have our contact information, and they've also been noticed about the meeting that we're having, this public hearing and the intent to increase rates.
If so, when and what were the responses of the members? Do we have any evidence or any data supporting maybe the increase that is going to be before them?
If you're asking if we have data to support the increase, the answer is yes. We do have, I'm not sure if I'm getting the question correctly, but we do have a consultant that works with us on the rates, and we do have the assumptions that go into the financials for us to do the analysis. We have metrics that we look at to match in order to make sure we know how much revenues we need, and that's how we determine our rates. So there's a lot of data that goes into the determination of what rates we need to have. And certainly the information that we have here is all public for our customers.
And how many entities are served numerically both at Foxborough and SCLA? In other words, how many industrial and commercial businesses will be receiving the increase of what we're talking about?
Yeah, we have approximately 36 customers within our system with multiple interconnections, but they've all received notification.
And what were the rates for these entities when they're being formally billed in percentage versus the increase that they're going to be seeing after a proposal is passed tonight?
I'm not sure I understand that question exactly.
Let me reframe it, Ms. Hampton. So formally, what was the percentage that they paid, and what was the increase that they're going to see futuristically?
So the increase that they're going to see is 8% over what they're currently giving. And that is still 12.6% below SCE rates, what that would be an equivalent rate from SCE. That's the first increase. With the second increase, that's an additional 3.2% on January 1st. And at that point, they'll still be at 10% below what the system rate is for a comparable service with SCE.
I didn't hear the first portion. I just heard 3.2. The second increase, what was the first one?
The first one is 8%.
Did you say 8?
8.
8, thank you. And did the city conduct a type of analysis capturing the data to substantiate what the quote unquote fair and quote unquote reasonable costs would be for the electrical industry that we're conducting business as VMIS?
Yes, we did. We did all the analysis with our forecast. We have all the assumptions that are based on reasonable assumptions. And we do, as I said, compare to Southern California Edison in a similar tariff, what they would pay if they were under Southern California Edison rates as a system rate overall. And we are well below SCE rates, and we believe that our assumptions are fair and reasonable.
Okay, and finally, what quote unquote prudent costs must be recovered?
The cost to operate, maintain, and facilitate necessary capital improvements on the system. And of course, the wages of the personnel that operate the system.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
All right, and so just to I just want to make sure that I have a very clear understanding of it. I think I do, but I'm going to ask again anyway. To drive the point home, if we look at the revised service rates that's being proposed here tonight for July 1, 2022 and January 1, 2023, with both of those increases, those consumers would still be paying less than the comparable types of services for SCE. Is that fair?
That's correct.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the public hearing. So the chair opens the public hearing for public testimony. Madam Clerk, any in-chambers requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes the in-chambers request. Moving on to Zoom. Any requests?
Yes, our first speaker is First.
All right, well, good evening, sir or madam.
It doesn't look like they have a audio option on them right now. I just see a video. Oh, there goes an audio.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, you know what? It seems like you guys are on an agenda to spend the money pretty quick before the year is up. Like it bigger contract amount.
Sir or madam, we really want to hear you, but you're kind of cutting in and out.
Interrupting me again. How can you always interrupt me?
Sir or madam, the
I don't know what to
timer
tell
has
you. That's
stopped.
my voice.
So the chair is
No,
going
I
to
don't know
ask
if
you if you would
your
kindly
system is
speak a little
making
bit
me
more
sound this
slowly so
way.
that we can hear what you would have to say. It is important to us.
Of course it is. If it's not on your agenda where you make the money, it doesn't go to the people. You say it's for the people. It doesn't seem to really be for the people if you're just spending money on unrecycled energy producing methods. Why not spend on a solar farm and give back to the people? You're just spending the money for waste, really. How much pipe are you really laying? I mean, what kind of pipe is it? I don't think it's all legit. Liars see through the trend. The talkers after the speakers who oppose the chain gang against the average person, you know, and then they talk back against like Gomez. You know, they shouldn't be talking like that. No, it's like saying Basura, you know, it's like that's what it is because it's all rubbish, you know, and for you raising the bills for the people is not for the people. Well, why not give them the energy back? The people have commodities too that they have to spend on. You say it's for the people, but I'm seeing it's more for you. Scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. Put the real cost on the voting board minus the municipality they take on costs already addressed for these costs. Why haven't the leaders used the $9 million given away for pipes? Real costs with pictures of what got done in your files.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any other requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, with that said, would you kindly set the timer for 30 seconds in case there are any other speakers that might wish to speak via our Zoom audience that might be having technical difficulties?
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there are no additional speakers.
All right, thank you very much. So with that said, the chair closes the public hearing, brings the item back to the council, invites a motion from the council as it relates specifically to points 2 and 3, if so desired.
So moved to points 2 and 3.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first by member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving to adopt staff recommendation posted on the agenda as it relates to points 2 and 3. With that said, we're going to open the discussion on the pending motion, beginning with member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, member Gomez.
Yes, I would like to make it clear for the record, there was a presumption that these tariffs somehow were coming to residents in the city of Victorville. And I thought I made it a little clearer that they're not for residents in the city of Victorville, but instead the commercial and the industrial side. So if there was no clarity on that, I need to make sure that that was the case and that was my understanding of, and if there was any confusion, hopefully the clarification, and if I'm wrong, I would like to be corrected because there seems to be still some type of confusion, but I am no longer confused. I clarified it. There was things said at the dais that made it seem like residents were going to be charged, and I know that's not the case, and the record needs to be stated clear for that. That was my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. I appreciate that. And I certainly know, speaking for myself, that it was very clear that it was commercial and industrial. And I don't recall having heard anything from a council member otherwise. All right. With that said, the chair is going to close the discussion period and invite Madam Clerk to take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation laid out on the agenda, specifically as it relates to points 2 and 3. We're now going to move on to item number 4. This is the annual budget for the fiscal year 2022 and 2023. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. If I can just queue up or have queued up a presentation that I'll try to go through fairly quickly. Here we go. And so, first of all, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, and also for members of the public participating with us tonight. This item is dealing with our annual budget for the city of Victorville, along with its affiliated agencies, including agencies such as the Water District and the Airport Authority. They're all rolled up together in this one collective document. And first, I must recognize those that are responsible for setting out the policy. The council members are the policy setters for the city, and with your policy, we effectively, as the executive team, are responsible for executing that policy. In fact, I would characterize this action tonight as your most important policy that you actually participate in during the year. But you'll look to your executive team to execute on the decisions we make tonight with this budget. And then, of course, you'll also look to your legal counsel, your city attorney, Mr. Andre DeBortnowski, to help advise on all the legal matters relating to the execution of this document. This document is a living and breathing document that over the course of the year will serve as a baseline for our planning effort, but changes throughout the year, especially as we bring items back for additional appropriation, whether they're revenue appropriations or expenditure appropriations. But this document is really the work product of a large team, starting with your leadership team, which I've outlined here on the presentation. And each one of these department heads play a role in taking a look at their entire department. Of course, they look at what it took to operate during the previous year, and they're determining what is necessary to operate over the upcoming year, especially considering the policy directives set out by the council. But there's a few individuals that I really need to recognize, and many of them are here in the audience that really do the heavy lifting when it comes to putting this document together and making sure all of the numbers connect throughout the document, but then also connect to the external cash flows that we do to try to figure out what we can and can't afford. But some of that team is Ms. Kim Scott, who's here in the audience with us tonight, Mr. Tony Camargo, who is attending via Zoom. You also have Rick Flincham, who was here at the last meeting, and I don't see him, so I believe he's participating via Zoom. Nikisha Blewett, Christian Dominguez, and Lazaro Ramirez, who I did see here as well. We have to give them special thanks because they're the ones that are putting the extra work in, working the extra hours and late at night, well into the weekends as well. So because of their effort, we're here tonight with the budget. And this document, I would have to say first, is drafted considering a number of items that were resultant from the city strategic plan, which was adopted back in October of 2020, and also served as a framework for the period of time 2020 to 2023. This budget does include monies to actually do a new strategic plan to actually carry us beyond its existing term of 2023. But with that, in what's been useful in helping craft this budget has been our values, which are identified as excellent customer service, integrity, accountability, and transparency, but also relies on 7 goals, many of which we've actually accomplished, but they are focused themes in this budget. Those 7 goals include your financial sustainability, your public safety program, your community and economic development, the reduction of homelessness, the investment in infrastructure, communication and outreach has been a huge effort of ours over the last 3 years. And then, of course, organizational effectiveness and sustainability. And you'll see later in this presentation where we focused on that, probably the most in this particular budget. So with that, just some of the highlights that I'll run through really quickly. And I would characterize these 5 highlights as what you'll see is showcasing the budget, first starting with strong fiscal health. And we certainly measure the fiscal health based upon largely 2 funds, the general fund and the Measure P fund. Those are your most discretionary funds. But as we looked at those, we were able to actually cash flow those forward, and we'll show some models a little bit later in this presentation that actually project out 5 years. And with the reserve target that we've set to serve as a safety net, we can actually cash flow forward in this 2023 budget with the proposed expenditures and still continue to exceed the 17% reserve target. So that's one measure that would cause us to advise you that this budget is a fairly healthy budget. On the public safety side, that's another one of our highlights. We've made some significant investments in this current fiscal year. We're going to complement those investments by adding ALPRs. We're going to actually take on phase 6 of that program, adding another 20 ALPR cameras to actually expand our system to 127 units, making substantial investments in equipment. On the fire side, particularly, we have 3 fire engines expected to be delivered by the end of this calendar year. We're also expecting a tiller truck to be delivered right around this time next year is our current hope. And then, of course, we've got a water tender expected to be delivered in this fiscal year as well that will actually help us be more responsive and better operate in wildland areas such as, or remote areas, I should say, such as the river bottom. And then finally, this budget is envisioning a full stand-up with an engine company in January of 2023 at Station 315. Other highlights include community service enhancements, which include the completion of the Wellness Center. Our library Phase B design and construction project is well underway, along with some work in Old Town. And we're actually planning on taking on some parking and streetscape design for Old Town. And then finally, public infrastructure is huge again this year, with your major projects being road-related projects being Green Tree, the Green Tree extension over the railroad tracks, Bear Valley Bridge, and then a new section, replacement section of Bear Valley Road from the stretch of Amethyst to Highway 395. The simplest summary that we have for you of this budget is that the document, the entire binder, represents a budget in the order of $333.5 million. That's actually matched against proposed expenditures of $320.7 million with a projected collective surplus of about $12.8 million and a capital improvement program of 44.5. This slide you saw last Wednesday at our workshop It differs just slightly since that meeting. We did identify that there was one particular fund, the LTF fund, which we'll also highlight later in this presentation, is actually not expected to receive its revenue distribution from the SBCTA as it normally would. And so effectively that creates a revenue reduction to that particular fund in the order of $1.135 million. We'll show that better later, but if we were to compare this slide to the slide that you saw last Wednesday, you'd see a revenue reduction on that revenue category. But altogether, still you're seeing an overall surplus. I think actually, I'll close out that point when we get to the LTF slide, what we are going to have to focus on going forward. So of that $333 million figure, only 91 of it, 91.7 is actual revenue to the general fund. And again, the general fund is your discretionary fund. It's largely comprised of revenue generated from sales tax, from property tax, from business licenses, certain fees for service. And that's actually matched against an expenditure of $92.2 million. The net income on that is showing a deficit, but the VMIS, which is your utility, Victorville Municipal Utility Services, is responsible for repaying a loan. And so with that, the repayment coming in, it actually shows the collective net effect to your general fund to a surplus in the order of just over $500,000. One of the things that we did last year, and we're effectively doing this year with slight modification to extend to Measure P, but last year we actually increased our reserve policy, our general fund reserve policy from 15% to 17%. And effectively, one way of calling that reserve requirement is your rainy day fund. And so this particular slide is really intended just to give you the visual sense of what 17% looks like. And what 17% looks like on this particular chart is the red line. Each of the blue bars are actually representing the projected unencumbered fund balance, effectively your cash at the fiscal year end of those respective fiscal years. And so what this slide is really graphically attempting to show you is that there are significant amounts projected at fiscal year end above the red line to suggest there's a very healthy cash position projected well above your general reserve fund requirement. And so, of course, that money is available for special projects, special initiatives that are at the discretion of the council, or it certainly could be viewed as something that could help weather the storm of some unknown event if one were to occur into the future. Just going to touch on a couple of funds, and earlier in the presentation you saw total number of funds managed was 82. And so I'm going to touch on a couple that we didn't touch on at the last budget workshop, one being Measure I, and because Measure I is so heavily dependent upon for our road construction projects and maintenance projects, we at least wanted to share with you what the Measure I fund looks like. And so in the Measure I Fund 250, it's actually projecting a 6.8, almost a $6.9 million on the revenue side. It's also showing a $4.2 million on the expense side. So in this fiscal year, we're actually proposing to build some of its cash resource at fiscal year end up to where we're projecting about a 7.6 cash available. That money would effectively be used to help fund and cash flow other public improvement, road improvements, road repair improvements in future years. And then LTF, I touched on this just briefly, and effectively Fund 230, and this LTF is generated as a component built into the collective sales tax that's paid in California, and it's about a quarter cent of the entire sales tax. Currently in Victorville, we're charging 8.5 or 8.75%. But anyhow, a quarter of that is available to LTF, mainly for transportation related improvements. It largely goes to mass transit. And in this particular case, SBCTA had actually voted to divert all of the money that is generated from LTF to benefit mass transit, leaving no money available in this upcoming budget year to handle certain improvements that we would otherwise spend using LTF money. And so with that being said, it's actually showing very little revenue coming in. That $25,000 is envisioned from bus shelter advertising. The operations have not been proposed to change, but effectively to operate and fund, it is relying 100% on unencumbered fund balance or cash available to keep this fund afloat for this upcoming fiscal year. It's projecting only a $73,000 fiscal year and cash flow. So one of the things that we'll have to focus on this year is for the particular items that are funded out of LTF, unless LTF gets returned to the city from the SBCTA. Effectively, our job as staff is to find an alternative way to fund what is about $1.1 million that is being redirected. So that'll be something that we'll be monitoring and looking at the entire fiscal year. And by the time we get to this point next year, we will have a recommendation on how to handle that shortchanging of funds. The other fund, which we'd recently been successful in having approved, is Measure P, the 1% sales tax, or the 1 cent sales tax, I'm sorry, that was added to the aggregate sales tax. This fund has actually been generating much more than originally envisioned, but effectively what this is showing you is that in this current fiscal year, we're projecting a fiscal year end of $19.4 million. We're projecting revenues in the upcoming fiscal year to the order of $29.5 million. This is going to be a spendy year, largely on public safety and community service type activities. And so we're going to deficit spend, but rely effectively on unencumbered fund balance or cash to actually pay through the year. And projecting about a $17.5, $17.6 million cash year end. I will note particularly that the budget prepared for you relative to Measure P is required to be presented to an oversight board. Staff has conducted that oversight board meeting and has gotten concurrence letters from the Measure P Oversight Board Committee that what's contained in this budget is actually consistent with the original intent of Measure P. Similar to what we did for you on the general fund, largely to show a reflection of health, and what's actually a part of the resolutions tonight is to establish a reserve policy modification to include Measure P in that 17% reserve fund requirement, and presuming that the council agrees with that and approves, this would be representative of that 17% reserve target being applied to the Measure P. And what you do see, similar to what you saw in the general fund, is you have significant amounts of money in the blue bars, which are representing your unencumbered fund balance or your cash projected at the respective fiscal year end. And everything above the red line is basically surplus. So you can see altogether, and the reason for the illustration here is to show that Measure P is a fairly healthy fund based upon the projections going forward. Did want to touch on the CIP projects because I think that's largely what you as a council and the public want to know is what is this budget actually doing in terms of investment into the community, and one of the easiest ways to describe that is through our CIP projects. So this particular slide helps summarize a lot of that. You'll actually see a number of improvements at the airport, particularly upgrading of facilities, 2 large roof replacement projects, which are fairly significant in the sense that we've got old aged buildings out there. Sometimes we've got buildings out there 50, 60 years old. So some of these improvements are hugely meaningful because it gives extra life to some of these facilities and makes them much more usable to tenants. And so they're making some investments both in buildings, and there is a need to upgrade the existing security system out at the airport. On the park side, you're going to see parking lot resurfacing. You've got landscaping at the activity center. We've got a feasibility study to conduct for a sports complex, and you've got about $100,000 in park improvements system-wide. On the sewer side of the house, you've got septic sewer conversion projects. Got a number of sewer main lining projects, which are all recommended as a part of the visual inspections that we've done with the cameras, along with some mainline relocations at Santa Fe. On the gas side, you've got some pipe replacements. Water, as we're getting used to, we've got a number of service line, small diameter pipeline improvements projected throughout the district. All of that is funded with water district funds. You've got some facility improvements, particularly focusing on City Hall. And we've got, interestingly, a few self-cleaning restrooms to be positioned at some of our facilities, public facilities in town. And then I'd already mentioned the ALPRs. To highlight the streets, touched on Green Tree, of course, but you've got some other improvements there that maybe not mentioned. Actually, it looks like touched on both of those. Actually, the one not touched on is the purchase of a new replacement street sweeper and also a shaker, brand new shaker to help make our operations much more smooth. And then we're also expecting funds to be spent for the library, ultimate library construction, relocating from the existing library to the Green Tree Clubhouse. Number of additional equipment purchases, as you can see in the slide. This year's budget focused heavily upon the personnel and the organization. And so one of the things that we took a very hard look at is the organization. And this is the organizational chart. The only thing different that you'll find in this org chart compared to the one that's guiding us through this current fiscal year is the addition of a community services department. We'd had a community services department before. It was led by a community services director. That director last was Miss Janelle Davidson until she got promoted to the deputy city manager role. The period of time that she served in that role has given her an opportunity to get comfortable with the role, but then also try to figure out what her side of the organization is going to look like. And after all that, the best structure for her side of the organization is to have a community services department repositioning the parks division and the facilities division back under one department under her direction. So that's a change to the current. And then the only other change to the current would be shifting economic development to the city manager's office. This slide is intended to summarize the collective increase in positions to the city. There's only 48 net. I'm sorry, the net increase of positions is 48. So our current position control has 468 positions, and this upcoming fiscal budget takes us to 516. A large part of the reason for that is one of the things that staff was tasked with doing, especially considering how workload has increased, bandwidth has been constrained for all of the employees. one of the things that we focused on was trying to lighten the loads, making our workloads much more manageable. And as a part of that equation, positions or people, additional people, was a large part of that equation, intended to help keep our current employees motivated and not burning out. On the personnel side, this budget, which will also be reflected in a later item on the agenda for the position control, the benefits resolution, I'm sorry. This budget does include an across the board for full-time non-represented and part-time employees, recognizing the COLA at 10%. It also proposes to extend COVID PTO, as we've had so many folks that have not been able to exhaust the COVID paid time off. That will actually be extended to June 30th, 2023. A new enhanced parental leave program, which we discussed at the last council meeting. That's the exciting part about that program is that we would be extending that to both full-time and part-time employees. And then, of course, a safety shoe allowance increase to our employees. So with that, that is the condensed version, most of which you saw last Wednesday at our workshop, with very little change since. And so with that, both myself and staff are available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, so before we do that, Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
That your honorable city council, also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, Victorville Water District, and the city as housing asset successor, open and conduct a public hearing, close the public hearing, adopt the attached resolution numbers 22-064, LBT 22-001, SCLAA 22-011, RSA 22-004, VWD 22-012, and CHAZ 22-004 respectively for the establishment and adoption of the fiscal year 2022-2023 annual budget. Adopt resolution number 22-065, approving an updated general fund reserve policy. Adopt resolution number 22-057, establishing and adopting the fiscal year 2022-2023 annual appropriations limit in the amount of $1,343,287,884 pursuant to the California State Constitution, Article XIIB, government spending limitation.
Okay, and just for clarification, I thought the last number that you spoke was 1.343 billion, and it should be 1.353.
Yes.
So with that said, we're going to move into any questions that council members might have as it relates to the staff report and the presentation, keeping in mind that we're 1 week off of the budget workshop. So we're going to open it up with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate you. I don't really have any pressing questions. There is something though that I should know, and I can't really recall at this time. Doesn't the Department of Finance require that we have a rainy day fund, or we set aside a reserve fund? I know we're at 17%. That was what was recommended. I believe it was last year. Is it 15%?
I'm not aware of a state mandated reserve. I know there's guidance out there from one of the accounting organizations that I'm not familiar with. And it's likely that that guidance is what contributed to our prior reserve target of 15%. And that's the number that we changed from last year.
Okay, I'm confusing governments. Maybe that's in higher ed. Okay, thank you. No, I don't have any questions. I think it was covered during the workshop. So thank you very much. And again, thanks for the wonderful comprehensive presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
What funding sources will top management and its hierarchies receive the 10% increase in salary and hourly wages? From what funding sources?
They're funded from a variety of funding sources. And in fact, it's probably stretched out over the entire city. One of the slides that I showed had 82 funds that comprise the city. So effectively 82 of those funds, I think it's safe to say, in one way or another, contribute to salaries altogether.
And how will any of the ARPA funds be utilized for this?
There are ARPA expenditures as a part of the budget.
In relation to the top management receiving salary increase and wage increases?
There are salaries charged to ARPA, but I don't know exactly which ones, what individuals.
And how many of the department heads have family members under their departments?
None that I'm aware of.
We had a study to determine that.
I'm sorry?
Did we have a study to determine that? Because employees are coming to me telling me that there's a lot of nepotism. So I want to make sure that I'm not voting on that.
Oh, that's the first I've heard of that. I wish the employees would come to me as, and in fact, as the code is prescribed, all employee-related matters are supposed to come to my attention, not yours as a council member.
Well, they actually go to Josie Trevino. So I don't know why they would go to you. But
Yeah.
anyways,
Like I've said, that's the first I've heard of that.
right, well, I get a lot of those complaints. How many of the departments had, oh, I already asked that. What is the percentage of the general fund reserves? You said 15?
The reserve policy is 17%.
So the reserve is 17, but you told Leslie Irving it was 15. So which is it for clarification?
It's 17%. We increased it last budget year from 15%.
Thank you. How much will be appropriated to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department? And does that include the small substation at the mall?
Does not include a substation at the mall. Substation at the mall is not contemplated as a part of this budget. If you'll bear with me, I could find the number for the sheriff unless somebody can find it quicker than me. It's approximately $33 million.
Thank you. How much is categorized for the city manager's salary, maximums and minimums?
I believe that is actually identified on a later item in the agenda. Hang tight. I believe that's,
Table of org?
yeah, that would be the one.
How much will be appropriated for the additional ALPRs? And how many more cameras will be added in various phases in the city?
Hang tight. Did you want an answer to your last question or you want to skip?
Well, it's in a former upcoming agenda, so I'll look at it then.
Okay.
ALPRs, how much more are we anticipating?
There was 20 units and I believe that was, bear with me, now you're jumping around here. 210,000, thank you.
And do we know if these ALPRs are going to be placed, for example, in super arterials, main arterial roads, or where?
The exact location of them have not been decided. They'll definitely be at signalized intersections that aren't already covered.
And since we have budgets and we were talking about barricades and protections of humans and animals, if we don't have any, what fund can we withdraw that if an agenda item were to come before the council?
To fund barricades for animals?
There was a public commenter that made an extensive argument on that subject matter.
Sure. So if the council was interested in pursuing something like that, the only fund that I can think of right now is probably one of your discretionary funds. Probably your general fund would be the most likely.
And does this budget include the table of org?
The budget considers what's in the table of org.
Okay. Are we gonna have a surplus of $1 million for 22-23 budget?
In what fund?
You're talking about unencumbered cash. Is that a
The aggregate budget proposes a surplus.
the aggregate budget says nothing?
Your time is up.
Unencumbered cash.
You can answer that, Mr. Metzler.
And so on, it was slide 6 of the presentation that I gave, the aggregate budget is $333.5 million. The expenses is $320.7, showing a surplus of $12.8 million.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, what I did see is 2 animal control officers and 6 code enforcement officers are being added with this budget, correct? It's page 970.
Yes.
Okay. With that, does that mean that we are probably going to start code enforcement running 7 days a week?
That is correct.
Along with code enforcement, animal control is probably going to go 7 days a week.
That is correct.
And then our right-of-way trash, I'm sorry, I forget what they're called. Right-of-way disposal people, the ones that pick up illegal dumps. Yes, okay. And then for the extra sweeper that we're buying under capital, will that be a new sweeper operator to begin with? Or no, that's going to go into the fleet to help keep us going the 6 or the 5 days a week we run?
That's going to go directly into the fleet to help give us a more reliable fleet, as the fleet we currently have, the units, they're aging. So it'd give us a much more reliable. We don't have any position ads. We were hesitant in wanting to do that at this time, largely given the nature of the fleet, certainly not wanting to bring somebody on before we actually have the unit. It's going to take probably close to a year to get that unit on board. And of course, staff is looking closely at its operations to find if there are other areas where it can create some efficiency in how it operates. So adding bodies to that side of the house, we're not yet ready for that, but we certainly will use this upcoming budget year to evaluate that.
Okay. And our negotiation with fire and us now signing a contract with them, and the 13 added positions, all these positions are going to be spread out at current open firehouses, or do we have any closed?
We don't have any closed fire stations. We will make one alteration to Station 315. And Station 315 is currently operating with a medic squad, which is a 2-person operation. And what we're expecting, presuming we stay on schedule with the medic engine arriving in December, the plan in this budget is time come January 1st, we'd put that new engine into service and increase the staffing at Station 315 to be a 3-person medic engine.
Okay. And the LPRs that you spoke about, the current LPRs we have now, didn't you, I remember either reading or hearing that those LPRs currently up help catch the incident that happened at the mall with the young child being shot?
There was, ALPR was involved and useful in that arrest.
And they're just for license plate. They're not considered cameras, correct?
They're not cameras.
Of us sitting in the car, they don't.
They're just snapping, they're just reading license plates. The reading of the license plate gets into a database, and we're able to be alerted if one of those license plates has an issue attached to it.
Okay, thank you very much. This budget was well put together, well readable. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Member Becerra. So on that last point from my colleague, in fact, those ALPRs have been significant in helping solve other serious crimes.
They have.
Certainly this year.
They are one of our first go-tos to help get as much data and intel, and they have been directly attributed to solving a lot of crimes a lot more quickly.
All right, and then when you spoke about the 1.135 million in revenues that our budget had originally considered from SBCTA, and that we're not going to be seeing that because that organization has taken a more restrictive view as to the originally intended purpose of LTF. But the 1.135, that's what we were looking at for this past fiscal year or upcoming fiscal year, but that number fluctuates annually.
It does.
Okay. And just, I want to make sure that my understanding is still very clear. It's been a few months since I addressed this with SBCTA, but so mass transit gets monies or based on the goals and the projects anticipated during a year. When those are met properly and there's residual monies, those monies then can go to the municipality for certain purposes.
That's how it's been administered.
So that would be the 1.135, right? So just to be clear, it's the argument on that was that the originally intended purpose for SBCTA was for roads, et cetera, right? But what I raised, and that spoke to the absolute intended purpose for it, but the point that I had raised, and I think others at least were willing to hear it, was that that those monies were intended for other things going to the municipalities when there was residual, or they wouldn't have made that provision as part of the original.
My understanding is the biggest difference in understanding is that we have depended upon some of those funds to maintain or pay for expenses that are relatable or related to the support of mass transit. So for example, your buses are among the more heavy vehicles, right up there with your trash vehicles and fire vehicles. And effectively, those types of vehicles are certainly doing or putting more wear and tear, especially when they're bouncing up and down on the surface. So they can actually create a greater need for repair to your roadway system. And so effectively, we had been arguing and relying on those funds to fund LTF maintenance related needs, largely because there's an impact created by the busing system. Maybe saying it differently, that if it wasn't for the maintenance of our roads, there wouldn't be a road for the buses to drive on. And I think that largely was the rationale that we had promoted for many, many years.
Right, that drives it home very concisely. All right, and then as it relates to the increase in code enforcement, et cetera, these were the things that were originally contemplated in the public safety plan that was developed.
Your time is up.
They're definitely consistent with the public safety plan. The addition of the positions also bring in more hierarchy so that we have, as we've taken on a much more active role in addressing homelessness related needs, it certainly develops a division that's geared towards focusing on homeless related matters. In fact, that's a team that we're referring to as the homeless engagement team.
Right. All right. Very good. Thank you. All right. With that said, that concludes our technical questions, and the chair is now going to open the public hearing and receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have in chambers requests?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Fleming.
Welcome, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you. Listening to that, you have a beautiful voice. Also, at the beginning, he said that the City Hall has excellent customer service. 2 weeks ago, I came here asking about the meeting, and one of your engineers said there was no meeting and the City Hall is closed. And I said, well, I believe there's a meeting I checked online. There's a meeting. He's, oh, no, there's no meeting. They're all gone. Okay. So then one of the managers came out and he's like, oh yeah, City Hall's closed, but the door should be open over there. The door should be open. This was at like, I don't know, 4:45, 5 o'clock. And the doors were locked. There was no signage said that there was a meeting. He's saying excellent customer service, right? So I went to the security guards, and security guards said, oh, we can't open the door. We can't open, sorry. It was 100 degrees outside. That manager, the second guy, finally got the doors open and then I could get in here. Excellent customer service. Second thing, you said the shelters, bus shelters. I don't know if you know, but a lot of older and younger people ride the bus. And I wouldn't consider or call those bus, I don't know, torture chairs, shelters. Many of them don't even have a shelter. And a lot of them are directly in the heat, metal chair. You probably never ridden the bus system frequently, maybe one time. But yeah, it's very painful, very painful. And then you have to find like trees to hide under with all the ants and the spiders, you know, and then the workers, you know, at restaurants, like, what's this guy doing? What's he doing under our tree? You know? So, and lastly, all this money, you say $333 million, you know, like it's like nothing. Everything should be frozen until you fix the streets for humans and animals, bridges, tunnels, barricades. That's what you need to do. Be human. We're humans. Please be human. Wake up. Wake up. We're human. These people come up here talking about their dead children. And okay, let's go on to the next thing. Please, please, you should just do away with the prayer at the beginning. Just do away with it.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Madam Clerk.
There are no additional in-chambers speakers.
All right, that concludes the in-chamber comment period. How about Zoom?
Yes, our first speaker is first.
All right, good evening.
All right, let's try to continue this. You can hear me, right?
We can, and this sounds like the connection's a little bit better this time, so let's hope for good.
Okay, well, why haven't the leaders used the $1 billion of slave money that we have to give you? You say you codify, write a few bills and charge the bills to the slaves. You know, you say you're constitutional, but yet you only follow part of the Constitution. What about the rest of the Constitution? If there shall now be slavery, $1 billion, really? So how many pencils have you bought, Medler, with the $50,000 extra that you also took? I mean, seriously, we need a real report at the end of the year or something to show where the costs are going, not just these one number, and then you go to the next meeting and say, oh, B4, who votes for that? But what was B4? You know, you got to be more transparent. Customer service is awful, okay? Don't even brag about that and don't even lie about it because it's a false lie that you're advertising. It's nice to put a bill, say it's a code, and be biased how you use the funds. You're enslaving the residents intended of alleviating the costs and going into your pockets. How many pencils have you bought with the extra 50K? You're a slave maker with these taxes. You not let a majority of residents vote in and make competitive recycled materials for the energy that you could have given back to the people. Don't say it's for the people. You know, it's not, because obviously there should be money coming to the people opposed to enslaving them. You're not good leaders. You're awful. You're more slave makers by charging $1 billion. The municipalities make all this money, and then yet we give them loans, very low interest rates, where mortgages are way ridiculous that we have to pay. You're a slave maker. Why not let a majority of residents vote make competitive recycling material? Okay, let's go to this part. You're enslaving, not the benefit for the people. Your city customer service is awful. Free the slaves. You slave makers. Customer service is awful. You call the city line and no one picks up. They put you on hold. They say it's 10 people. I have video of the awful customer service. You're liars. Free the slaves, slave makers. The streets are awful. Liars. How can you say you spend money on the streets? You do a few, and then you the money you take from some of the services are taken from the people by sure, I understand you got to take it and cite people, but when you do it where the money really goes for those costs, and then you give it away back to them, I mean, where's that money going? $1 million there? You're enslaving us. That's not right. Why keep charging us instead of making free energy, recycling the material from all the pipes you seem to smoke take from there, and free the slave? I'm tired of being enslaved to you guys. Municipalities are awful customer service. Oh, is my time done? I bet you like to turn me off, huh? You know what?
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers.
All right, will you please set the timer for 30 seconds? And
We have an additional speaker,
all right, thank you.
Karima Abdul.
Good evening, Ms. Abdul. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, council. Yes, I just wanted to, I did not catch all of the presentation, but I just wanted to turn some attention in the budget to questions about the mortgage assistant and down payment programs, which are capped at about $330,000 for Victorville. And if you guys have been noticing the home prices, you will notice that it's starting to get difficult to find a home in some places in Victorville that matches that limit. So I would propose adding in the budget additional mortgage assistant and down payment limits for families up to 400K, just because it's the market. Whether it's going to crash or not, nobody knows. But I would like to propose that to service the families of Victorville who are trying to get, their down payment and their housing together. So that would be my proposal. So I hope the council takes that under consideration to help the families of Victorville who are ready to settle, want to stay here, want to put down roots, but are beginning to be priced out of the market without additional assistance. So I would like to, and also the income limits as another topic are also pretty low. So for one person, it's about 50,000. For a family of four, it's only a little bit, it's about 60,000, which with 8% inflation just this year alone, we know that means even if you are making more just to keep up, you are now pricing yourself out of any possible mortgage assistant program. So I didn't catch whether there was increases in that program, but I hope that the council will consider adding that for the families of Victorville who want to put down roots, new home buyers, low income, and other people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Abdul. Madam Clerk, how much time was left on that 30-second timer?
Oh, about 10 seconds.
Okay, well, let's do the 10 seconds.
Ten seconds is up and I have no additional speakers.
All right, with that said, the chair closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council. And at this time, a motion is in order from the Victorville City Council, and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the redevelopment agency, the city as housing assets successor, and the Victorville Water District to adopt staff recommendations as it relates specifically to points 3 through 5. Any member so inclined, feel free to say so moved.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Oh, I moved. I'm sorry, second. No
All right,
worries.
thank you. Pardon me, Mayor Pro Tem, I didn't
No
catch it.
worries. It's okay.
All right, so thank you. So all of the council, and it's the council working in the various boards of directors that the chair just spoke, has a motion and a second to adopt staff recommendation as to points 3 through 5. We're going to now move to discussion on the pending motion. We're going to begin with Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
None, thanks.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. I'm looking at the budget and it's unconscionable for any city manager to make 30 Gs, 1K a day. That's unconscionable. And then for our police force, I'm sorry, you guys you're not passing the buck. You're not doing what you need to do. David, I just saw you guys violating people's rights on video. I don't know what's going on, but this needs to stop, and we have to stop funding those types of behaviors and individuals who are not keeping you. the sheriffs, of County of San Bernardino accountable to what's taking place. And there's so many other issues that are happening that is just blatantly wrong.
All right, so as to the motion, all right. So just a quick comment that I'm so happy to see a very robust budget and the degree of work that staff put into putting this together and taking a lot of information and drilling it down into an understandable way by the council and hopefully our community members. I love it particularly because this budget really weds together very nicely our vision, mission, goals, and values. And what came from that was our strategic plan, and now it's directly tied to our budget. So with a healthy budget and a healthy plan in place, I'm so very proud of the Victorville team and looking forward to a great year next year. Mr. Metzler, thank you. Staff, thank you very much. All right. That concludes the discussion period. And Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Okay, so we've adopted staff recommendation as to points 3 through 5 by the council and the council working in the capacities as noted a moment ago by the chair. All right, you know what? We're going to do the consent calendar and then I'm probably going to ask for a 10-minute break unless, well, I'm already seeing nods. So let's take up the consent calendar, which is items 5 through 15. All right, so a motion is in order for the council and the council acting on its various boards of directors to approve action on consent calendar items 5 through 15 in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
I have questions for 13 and 14.
Okay, one moment. So we have a first by member Becerra, but member Gomez, I'm happy to do that as long as they're basic questions for clarification. I did pause to give you that time to do it so that it wouldn't be while we were actually taking a motion. But again, what were the numbers that you wish to ask?
13 and 14.
13, and these are minor questions for clarification. Can you begin? Before we do that, any other council members have questions for minor clarification? Okay, hearing none. All right, member Gomez, number 13, please.
Were the properties surrounded notice and were there any responses?
They were not noticed. They're not required to be noticed. This is just an annual reaffirmation. They should already be aware of the special tax on their property. We just have to go through every year, reaffirm the properties that are affected and submit that document to the Auditor Controller's Office.
You look at the delineation of your reporting and it has a max tax and a charge. I don't understand those two items.
Was that a question or a comment?
Yeah, I don't understand those.
And I'm going to stop this here. This seems to go beyond a request for minor clarification, but member Gomez, I would invite you to request that item be pulled if you would like to go into.
You guys aren't going to pass it. That's what I'm going to ask here.
Well, those are your choices.
No,
but
that's how
we're
you
going to move on. This exceeds the scope of what
Of course.
we would.
But if it was
consider.
Becerra, Leslie, or you.
Would you like to go to item number 14 now?
The charge line refers to each cost being
Member
charged.
Gomez,
to-
you can go
I'm
to
on
item number
14.
14.
Hello. I did.
Thank you.
Would you like to continue to interrupt me or do you just want to?
It's
Like,
never
stop
my goal. It's always my
I
goal to
was
help
said
you.
yes,
Number
14.
14.
If you would stop to listen, you would know that I'm listening to what you're asking me
Yes,
to do.
please proceed.
Okay, so the charges line refers to each cost being charged to a residential unit. Are they all occupied or unoccupied?
I have no way of knowing.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. All right. So we have a first to adopt the recommendations on 5 through 15 is posted on the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first by member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No on 13 and 14 only.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no on items 13 and 14.
All right. So the council and its various boards of directors have taken action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda 5 through 15. With that said, council members and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So, well, 10 minutes. We'll come back at 8:10. right, we are resuming open session. Our recess has concluded. It's 8:10 p.m. We're going to take up item number 16, which is the benefits resolution number 22-068 and the table of organization. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item is a companion to the budget. In fact, all of the numbers that make up this are actually baked into the budget document in and of itself. But effectively, this document first establishes your table of organization. It actually serves as your position control, meaning the number of positions are set. And in this particular case, the total numbers of positions is 516 positions, up from the 468 from the current fiscal year. This item also addresses the benefits and also makes some changes to the existing table of org. So with that, the item is co-authored by your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sophie Smith, also with Human Resources Officer, Ms. Josie Trevino. They're both available for any questions or comments you have.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council adopt benefits resolution number 22-068, revising the table of organization and compensation schedule effective July 1, 2022.
All right, thank you. And now technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, I just want to say congratulations on this, on the paid parental leave. In my time here, again, there was many employees that took off very little time to be with their new child. Congratulations on that. I'm sure the employees that are still having children here are going to be very happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes, is the city manager's salary included here and what page?
Yes, in fact, as a part of the table of org, the city manager position is outlined on there, and the item, let's see, go to page 983. That document is entitled Table of Organization. It's in alphabetical order, so on the left column, probably a third of the way down, starting with the letter C for city manager. You'll find it in that row.
Okay, so this does not reflect your $28,000. It just reflects 17,000. So what are we voting for today? Because I know you and many others are seeking some kind of compensation.
One moment, Mr. Metzler. So the chair is going to admonish the council member to follow our state laws and of confidentiality.
Can you quote them, please?
We can certainly have that discussion after the council meeting.
Of course, because you're ignorant, you don't know.
But we also have to make sure that we're respecting privacy rights. No evaluation has been taken. So
Yes, it was
Councilmember
done
Gomez
today.
is
There was an
duly
evaluation.
admonished. Mr. Metzler, excuse me, Mr. DeBortnowski, did you want to chime in on that at all?
These are issues that could be bordering on violating privacy rights of Mr. Metzler. So fully agree with your analysis.
Thank you. So again, the members admonished. All right.
Your
Mr.
point
Metzler,
is
you're
not
not
well
required.
taken.
You're not required to answer that. Do you have another question, Member Gomez?
Yes, of course. And what funds will these highlighted items and the table of org reflect?
The highlighted items first are there to try to track changes over the current table of org. And the funds to be used are among those funds originally spoken of, the 82 or 83 funds of the city will largely pick up the personnel costs for the employees.
So for the sake of clarity, when it says city manager 16,990, that's what it'll stay for the year 22-23, yes or no?
No, because you're
Thank you.
citing the wrong number.
I am. So one city manager, 23,658.
There you go.
That's the correct number.
Okay, so in 22-23, It's gonna be stayed at 23,000, 6,058 monthly.
Member Gomez will move on.
Yes or no?
Member is out of order.
Because I have to
Mr. Metzler,
vote.
you cannot answer that. This
Yeah,
is a
that's because
violation
you,
of your
yeah,
privacy
no, it's
rights.
not. The people need to know if we're gonna vote on this item or not.
The information that Mr. Metz is providing is the stuff that's set forth on the agenda. That's.
Okay, so what we're doing here, because we're gonna approve tonight's agenda and it says that he gets paid 23,658.
Member Gomez is out of
So
order.
that's what it says.
Move on to the next.
That's what it says, so.
All right,
that's
we're
why I
gonna,
just wanted to
Member
confirm
Gomez, you will yield to the chair's directive.
No, I
so
will
we're
not
going
yield to you ever. I'm not your subordinate and I never will be.
Thank you
Okay,
very
you
much.
can keep
Okay, now
arguing.
we're going to move on.
Yes,
to
thank you
Mayor
for
Pro Tem
continuing
Irving. Do you
ignorance.
have any, questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any questions. I just want to say that I'm very, very happy with the concerted effort to invest in personnel. Our staff is, which I believe is the greatest resource. And to staff, they work really hard daily to improve and positively impact quality of life in our community. So congratulations, but all the hard work that went into trying to make it happen, we get what we pay for. So congratulations and commendations. I commend you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I have no technical questions for clarification. Invite a motion from the council.
So moved.
Thank you. I have first by Member Becerra. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. We're going to take discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Okay, this is, and just to be very clear, that it's to adopt staff recommendation, correct?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right, so, all right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Kudos. That's it. Thank you.
Member Gomez, comments on the pending motion.
Yes, so this record on 983 shows certain allotted numbers for people who are going to be paid as such. The question was not responded to, so he's gonna get an increase, it seems like.
We're moving on.
So
Thank
that's
you.
not
Did
accurate.
any other member wish to speak further on this?
So we're not gonna be voting on stuff.
So
to make
the
it
question
unclear.
has now been called.
Of
Madam-
course it has,
Madam Clerk.
because you don't want me to talk about
Madam
what's
Clerk,
going on.
Councilmember Becerra,
Thank you.
Councilmember Gomez,
30 Gs for the city manager.
Gomez is out of order and will suspend.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
No.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 17, amendment number 7 to the waste disposal agreement between the County of San Bernardino and the City of Victorville. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is an amendment to an existing agreement that effectively governs our relationship in using the county landfill and effectively establishes a price associated with the tonnage for waste delivered through the gates at the landfill. There has been a need to change the method used to establish rates so that those that are participating in the contract, us and approximately 15 other municipalities, public agencies, so that they continue to receive a preferred rate indexed off of 85% of the gate rate. This document memorializes that change because it's a document that would be entered into with the county along with the other agencies. All the public agencies but the county are currently being asked to approve this first before the county finally considers its approval at one of its board meetings. So with that, the item is expected to yield some savings to our disposal program. The author on this item is your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council approve amendment number 7 to the waste disposal agreement between the City of Victorville and the County of San Bernardino and authorize the city attorney to approve non-substantive revisions to the agreement.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes, looking at 997, how is there a savings when we're doing an increase?
I believe you're likely connecting the dots from the budget, which did recommend, which did include a small rate increase to the customers. This is dealing specifically with one component of cost for that solid waste system. So it's imaginable that if this is not approved and we're required to charge a higher rate, that the rate that we approved in the budget would need to be higher than what it's currently set at. So with that, this reduction actually helps keep the rate increase as low as it is.
Would you mind saying that differently? You said something about if we were to change the budget, because I'm understanding that there's a surplus, so I don't understand the last portion of your explanation.
Yeah, and I don't think I can exactly say it any better than I just did. The surplus that you're speaking to is a surplus related to a much larger aggregate budget than just the solid waste fund. The solid waste fund is one of those 82 funds that we talked about.
So that wouldn't be applicable to the 2.66 ton comparable savings that we're talking about, the aggregate budget?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, it's because I didn't understand your explanation. So that's why I wanted you to say it differently so I can capture your insight.
And I think my explanation was fairly clear.
If it was, I wouldn't have asked the question twice, but I'll move forth. Is the increase to our residents, including commercial and industrial users, at 85 or at 7.24%?
Doug, you want to give that a shot?
Yeah, there's really not an increase included in this to the customers. This is just the rate we pay to dispose. It's passed on through our rates. So we're doing a rate study right now for solid waste this coming year that will look at user fees.
So then this item is not dictated upon a fee increase?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Okay, do you know what a rate increase is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, does this item relate to a rate increase? Okay, so you did understand my question. Just rate increase, and this is all I was trying to get to. I didn't make it lengthy. I tried to.
No rate increase with this.
Okay, so, and you said something about a survey being done. So when I'm looking at these calculations and these percentages, my immediate understanding is that we've already gone through that survey, but you said we didn't.
This is not a rate study. The rate study will be performed this coming fiscal year.
Yeah, this is not a rate study, but this includes a cost, but this cost is not currently established. That's my understanding.
There is a cost established in the current WDA.
Okay, so then those,
Or is it?
okay, so then those rates that are increased and that we're gonna be voted on, are those increases, how are they related to that 85% and that 7.24% that are visualized in 997? That's the page. How do they correlate? What's the context?
So the formula used in the current WDA has a cost escalator. There's a formula used. And that would increase our rates significantly for delivery to the landfill. But they've capped it through this amendment at 85%, which that results in the savings that you're seeing in this staff report.
Okay, so is this also something that has to go to the county of San Bernardino, or is this just for the city of Victorville?
It's all 15 member agencies of this and the county of San Bernardino.
Okay, so then there's negotiations with them as well in order for this to go through, or is this something we're making at a silo, meaning just by ourselves?
It's
As-
been negotiated amongst the 15 agencies already.
And how is there a savings when there's these
Your
increases?
time is up.
So if you understood that question, you're free to answer it, but I don't know.
There's a savings because they're capping it at 85% of what was in the prior agreement. And if we went off the formula from the prior agreement, it would be higher.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Either Mr. Matthews or Mr. Metzler's, does this play into what they're gonna call the third can, the food waste?
No, this is dealing specifically with what's characterized as the gate rate, the cost to dump at the landfill.
So basically our green or black trash can, whichever one you have, whatever color you have.
The green, yeah.
Green and
Mine's
black. Yeah, mine's black.
And let me just clarify, because the solid waste program includes a number of different costs, expenses. So for example, right now, we're talking about the actual gate rate, which is the dump fee at the landfill. There's other costs such as the hauling component. That's the actual trash trucks. There's a number of other, there's the recycling costs as well. And those collectively, as an example, will yield a rate. And so the percentage that we were talking about earlier that increases, it's an increase to the aggregate, to the collective solid waste rate. This one particular line item cost is actually decreasing based upon the formula that's in the current contract.
Yeah, I get that. That's the one on page 997, very well put, very easy to understand. But also, like I said, so the third can isn't in this. Also, those of us who have more than one green can or black can also pay a little bit more than the average one can home, correct?
I believe that's correct.
I have 2 cans.
Oh, two of them. Yeah, if you have 2 cans of the same type, you'll be paying more.
You'll be, okay. Yes. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. And Member Gomez.
I already asked my questions.
Oh, you're right. I'm in the wrong section here. All right, and the chair has no questions and invites a motion from the council.
So moved, Madam Mayor, to follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second, and we're going to take a discussion on the pending motion beginning with Member Becerra.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion, thanks.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, it wasn't very clear who the savings would be. I know there's 15 members and there's negotiations, but I would like the clarity to see if that savings was going to be passed on to the residents or that saving is to the city of Victorville and then hopefully passes it down. But if that's not clarified, you can understand why I'm voting the way I'm voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra. Aye. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so the council has adopted the staff's recommendation as set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item number 18, this is the first amended and restated interfund loan agreement between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, Taxable Housing Set-Aside Revenue Parity Bonds, Series 2007 Fund, and the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Airport Operations Fund. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item effectively recasts for another 5 years an existing loan that I believe termed in June, at the end of June in 2021. And it effectively recasts it for another 5 years through 2026, June 30th, 2026. And really is serving as in memorializing a loan that took place to help keep airport operations afloat using, at the time, idle funds in a housing bond that the airport authority had. So with that, the item has been co-authored by your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray, along with your finance director, Mr. John Mendiola. They're both available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve the first amended and restated interfund loan agreement between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Taxable Housing Set-Aside Revenue Parity Bonds Series 2007 Fund and the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Airport Operations Fund, and authorize the Executive Director to satisfy this loan obligation with the proceeds from the Parcel J sales transaction.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, we're going to move into technical questions for clarification, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, Mr. Metzler, thank you for calling me back on this particular item and another item. And I did understand what you shared with me, but just once again, indulge me or bear with me. Could either Mr. Ray or Mr. Mendiola hook it up for me? how does the sale of the land that occurred back in December work into this? Tie it up for me. I don't really recall.
Yeah, I can do that. And the airport authority approved a transaction that hasn't yet closed and is still effectively in escrow on. And that is a property that we call Parcel J. That's
Right.
the former West Winds Golf Course. And so what's envisioned to effectively pay off, and the reason why that conversation was a part of the staff report is for the council, the board in this particular case, to be able to see that there is an ability to repay this loan. And we believe that there's a realistic ability to repay this loan even before the 2026 term ending. And effectively, with the sale of that property, once it closes, the current sale price is about 17.2. I'm sorry, $13.7 million. But effectively, those land sale proceeds is being proposed to be used to pay off this loan once that escrow closes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Does parcel J belong to the city as city property?
It actually belongs to the airport authority.
So not the city of Victorville, but the city of Victorville sits as part of its delineation to create authority. Yes or no, we want to sell it. That's why it's under SCLA.
It belongs to the airport authority, a separate legal agency, and is under contract to sell.
And do we know who the contractor is?
Yes, it's a company called Covington Capital.
And what does the housing have to do with the bonds and the SCLA?
The SCLA housing bond, at the time when the Airport Operations Fund needed money, the housing bond actually had money in it that did not have any plans for expenditure. So effectively, those monies were used to help keep the operations afloat with the promise for the operations to repay this housing bond.
So is that housing bond on parcel J?
No.
And when can the $7.8 million be expected to be repaid?
As soon as we actually close and sell Parcel J.
And how does this item affect the coffers?
Well, this item would affect the coffers of the two funds in that when Parcel J sells, at least the immediate amount that the airport authority will receive in connection with that sale is the $13.7 million. That will actually go into the airport operations fund. And then to pay off the housing bond, that amount outstanding, the 7.8 plus interest, will actually be transferred out of the airport operations fund to pay off the loan and deposited into the SCLA housing bond fund.
Do we know at what rate? And you said by 2026.
I believe the rate is established on the prime index rate that's published in the Wall Street Journal on an annual basis.
My question for clarification is, why are we talking about housing with this SCLA bond?
Because it was a bond that was secured by former housing tax increment revenue.
That's different than the successor agency?
Slightly different than the successor. There's a different, no, this has nothing to do with successor agency. I'm sorry.
So you said secure with former housing tax. What was that label?
Housing set aside.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no questions and invites a motion from the SCLAA Board of Directors.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Staff's recommendation. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. And we're now going to move on to discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
discussion?
Thank you. Member Pro Tem.
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, it's not very clear why the parcel J needs to be sold in terms of paying off the loan. I understand that trying to have to pay something off, but I thought we had different plans with parcel J a couple of years ago, and I didn't know in intermittent if we had some modifications that occurred. So this is kind of like news to me. And that's my comment for this item.
All right, thank you very much. Chair has no comments and closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, thank you. The SCLAA Board of Directors has adopted staff's recommendation as posted on the agenda. Moving on to item number 19, this is the contract renewals, annual supply and service agreements. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yeah, we've got a number of contracts that provide either services or supplies to basically allow us to operate. And many of those contracts have terms attached to them, such as 5-year terms, but renewable annually. So effectively, this item, for those that are outlined in the staff report, this item takes in one action an approval and effectively an extension on those annual terms for the supplies and services provided under the respective contracts. So with that, the author on this item is your Director of Finance, Mr. John Mendiola. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the City Council Board of Directors award contract renewals for the annual supply and service agreements to various vendors, suppliers for fiscal year 2022, 2023 per the budget scheduled for adoption on June 21st, 2022.
All right, thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. And we'll begin with Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, Mr. Mendiola, all of these agreements are for basically a day-to-day operations for our employees to do their jobs, correct?
That's correct.
Some of the bigger ones, and I'm going to pick one of them, the Victor Valley Protection League Animal Shelter, $308,000. That's to keep the animals that are picked up by our animal control officers, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And our environmental for sanitation, for sewer, for public works, all of them play off of these agreements.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes, if we were to take a tally of the monies that are going to be appropriated in tonight, how much would you say we're looking at?
Councilmember Gomez, as stated in the staff report, you have supply agreements that are worth 2.1 million and service agreements worth 11.2 million in this annual contract renewal.
Mr. Mendiola, that was not my question. I'll reframe it. If this was one item in all these suppliers, all the monies came into one holistic value, what am I looking at? Even if you give me an approximation.
Wouldn't you add the service and supply agreements together?
Yes,
Only about, what, 13 million and some change?
about 13 million. Thank you for answering my question. My next question is, are all these piggyback?
No, these are all annual agreements that were competitively bid initially with 5-year, 1-year option. So you had a 1 base year and 4 1-year option renewals based on satisfactory performance. So with that, all these agreements fall within those parameters of an option year available for them. If they did not have an option year, then we would go out to rebid and check the competitive market.
Okay, so when I read this document, it was understood that formally it was bid, but tonight there's a 1-year extension, and that 1-year extension in my interpretation literally means we're going to continue, so we're going to piggyback. So that was why I asked if it was a piggyback. And you said no, but it's my understanding and my interpretation that that's what it would be garnered as. So I appreciate your response. Why are we not putting them on an RFP? Is it because of that 1-year extension?
So an RFP is usually used for, and it's called a request for proposal.
is usually used for professional services when the requesting department does not know how to get to the end result that they want for a certain project or professional service. So in this case, all these annual agreements, there are specific scopes of work along with specific quantities of supplies that were known by the requesting department. So we put them out for a request for bid. And so we have those option years incorporated in there. Also, they were originally, for the service agreements, went out for an RFP. So we established service years options.
So it's normal practice for the city of Victorville after it's done its RFP and it has a 1-year extension to grant the 1-year extension regardless.
No.
Okay, but it's doing it
we
today.
base the 1-year extension off of satisfactory performance, that the requesting department says, I've been satisfied, have a great relationship with the vendor. Their performance has been to par to date. Their costs are sufficient, their follow-up, their expertise in the areas. And so we have an option year for them to take advantage of that. And that usually keeps the costs down. If we went out to the market on a lot of these annual agreements right now, because of the price of oil, fuel, construction, lack of materials, these costs would be much higher than what they are currently right now.
So for satisfaction, I don't see an enlisted database or any kind of listing. So would you mind providing 3 of what satisfaction means to your department? If for any one of them, doesn't matter which one you decide.
So it would have been just the same things that I had, just qualities of work, the workmanship, the performance on the deliveries if there were suppliers, or performance on the professional services supplied if it was a professional service. So it's those type of things. Your janitorial supplies, if they're able to deliver on time and on budget without any delays to keep our operations going daily, then that would be satisfactory performance.
Okay, and have any of these service agreements been in place for 2 years, 5 years, and are any of them sole source?
So they would vary, the years would vary. So if you have one base year and you have 4 option years, it would depend on where these are during that proceeding. So that you could have somebody who's went through 3 years and has still 2 more option years, and we're renewing one of those. Or you could have somebody who's on their 4th option year, the very last year. So next year, you'll see that rebid out.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I ask my question, Mr. Mendiola, can you either speak directly into them? I can't really hear you. But before, that's okay. Just wanted you to know. Okay. First, to begin, I'd like to thank my colleague, Member Becerra, for shedding light on the vital role that these vendors play in helping our staff do a stellar job in serving our community. Secondly, what I want to know, I think I asked the same question last year this time. For these vendors, are most of them local, or at least in our region?
There's a considerable number of them that are going to be local or within the region based on their performance of whether they're supplying a service and or a supply of product.
Okay, very good. That always makes me happy that we're doing business with local vendors, or at least in our region. Thank you very much. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. And the chair has no questions and invites a motion from the council, and the council also acting on its various boards of directors.
So moved. Madam Mayor,
Second.
pass recommendation.
Thank you. Second.
Yes, second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Discussion on pending motion, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am, thanks.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, in order for equity and the appearance of impropriety to be sustained by this item, I would request that the city consider adding timelines and services addressing the service agreements to ensure that your duties or the duties that are being represented continue to serve those cost-effective services. And with my understanding that it's a 1-year contract renewal, I appreciate that clarification. It elucidated how my vote's going to go. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Discussion period is closed. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. So we've adopted the staff recommendation posted on the agenda. Moving on to item number 20. This is the grant of right-of-way to Caltrans at I-15 La Mesa Road, Nisqually Road interchange, west side of the I-15. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. As you'll recall, when we undertook the ultimate construction of the La Mesa Nisqually interchange at the Interstate 15, as the lead agency, we were responsible for acquiring the right-of-way or the real property that effectively served as the footprint for the interchange. And ultimately for that footprint that is to actually be state right-of-way, part of the highway project or interstate project in this particular case, there's a need to actually dedicate that property to the state so that the property that is effectively interstate is owned by the state of California. This item cleans up and brings current the right-of-way between the city and Caltrans by clearly identifying on the west side property that still remains to be granted to Caltrans so that they can own and operate effectively the property, which is outlined on page, looks like 1052. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He is available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council grant the property on the west side of I-15 in the vicinity of La Mesa Road, Nisqually Road interchange, as described in the attached grant deed to the State of California Department of Transportation.
All right, thank you. Moving on to questions for clarification based on the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem. Excuse me, beginning with Member Gomez.
What does granting a right-of-way necessarily mean when it comes to the congestion or the facilitation of traffic incoming and outgoing?
None.
Okay, so the city of Victorville granting right-of-way will not affect in any position, any of our transportation or roads, right? That's my question.
No, and in fact, the traffic has already been, the effects of the improvements have already been felt. This is just conveying the underlying ownership of the dirt from the city to the state.
So then what we're looking at when we grant a right-of-way is not necessarily because they're going to conduct any projects. It's just simply somehow having recordation wherever they need to have that recording. And that's all we're doing tonight.
All we're doing tonight is transferring property from the city to the state.
So by granting rights of the right-of-way, does that alleviate the city from any liability that may have been assumed if no right-of-way was granted, yes or no?
I don't know.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Mr. Metzler, on the west side, but on the south side of the drawing, there's already a fence there. Is it the fence that basically we're following? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. But on the north side, Brian, is where the La Mesa, well, I'm sorry, where the Ore Grand Wash pops out. The stone monuments are there. Does now those belong to them? Caltrans.
I'm not familiar with the stone monuments.
Let me make sure I understand
So
what you're talking.
it's on the west side, but on the north side of the drawing. You know, those cement pillars they put in there, those little cement pillars they put popping down to the La Mesa Wash to slow the water down.
Yes.
Those now are going to belong to Caltrans.
Well, just to clarify, so separate from this, we have a freeway agreement with the state, and that stipulates our maintenance requirements. So this will have no effect on the maintenance requirements. It's the same after this as it was before. So those little stone monuments that you're talking about,
Still are.
we still have to maintain them.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I tried.
All right, thank you. And I have no questions and invite a motion from the council.
So moved. Follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am, thanks.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. So formally, I had posed a question that there was no response because there was no knowledge of. My question that I posed was the right of way, if it would alleviate any form of liability that we may have assumed if it was not granted or granted. It was just brought to light that there's these small stones that we continue to maintain. So, I mean, that suffices for bringing, if there would be any kind of liability, since we still have to step foot in that regard to maintain these stones or these pillars, whatever they're being called as. So I appreciate that question and the clarification that was brought from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Chair has no comments on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we've adopted staff recommendation as set forth on the agenda. Moving on to item 21. This is the fiscal year 21-22 budget amendment, VVWRA connection fees. Mr. Metzler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For connection fees related to the VVWRA treatment facility and its system, we, along with other agencies, but we in Victorville are responsible for collecting, as a part of building permit issuance, a connection fee for VVWRA. And as we're responsible for collecting it, we're also responsible for passing it through, as VVWRA has an adopted ordinance establishing a connection fee for the treatment works. And so with that, one of the things that we attempt to do, similar to the rest of our budget, when it comes to development, we try to project how much development is going to occur. And related to this particular item, the revenue projections, or the connection fee projections, I should say, have been outpaced by actual collections. And so with that, this particular item is just more of an accounting exercise in that it's creating the appropriate appropriation on the revenue and expense side, so that the amounts that we've collected that are really due to VVWRA can be collected and then dispersed to VVWRA to satisfy their connection fee requirements. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gengler. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right. Thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable Victorville Water District Board of Directors adopt resolution number VWD 22-011, amending the budget for fiscal year 2021-2022 to increase the revenue and expenses associated with pass-through connection fees collected on behalf of Victor Valley Wastewater Reclamation Authority in the amount of $1,300,000.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Technical questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, based on your presentation, would it be safe for me to assume that this action is somewhat routine? It is going to happen annually?
I wouldn't say it's routine. It would only happen again if, similar in this upcoming fiscal year, we budgeted X and we realized Y, and Y is greater than X, to where we have to actually create a revenue appropriation and expense appropriation. So it's possible it could come back, but it all really depends upon the actuals as they compare to the budgeted revenues.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra. Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. Why does this budget require modification?
Well, for budgeting purposes on both the revenue and expenditure side, we have appropriation limits. And so in the current budget that we have, the appropriations aren't enough to actually properly represent the revenue collection, but more importantly, the expense that has to be accounted for as we cut a check to VVWRA for the connection fees.
And what merits a 1.3 water connection fee?
Well, that is an aggregate number based upon the amount believed necessary. The connection fee is actually collected on an EDU basis, which is an equivalent dwelling unit. Best way to simplify it is for each house be equivalent to one dwelling unit. There would be a fee. And I don't know the exact fee amount, but I would estimate probably $4,500 per EDU, plus or minus, without in front of me. And that's what we would collect.
And how do BVW members see this fee for the treatment works?
How do we see it? We see it when development applies for building permits, and we actually, prior to the issue of building permits, charge for a number of fees, including this one.
So let me reframe the question. So there's, I think, 5-member agencies that sit down at 8:30 in the morning and review the VVWRA. So I was addressing those members that have representation. Hesperia, Apple Valley, I think there's a special district for San Bernardino. We do. And if I'm saying 5 or 4, that's what I'm relying on.
The connection fee applies uniformly to all of the jurisdictions, so they would be responsible at their city halls, if that's where they administer it, to collect the same connection fee from development that develops in their communities.
Okay, and a few years ago, there were connection fees that were withheld from the city of Victorville, or Victorville withheld certain connection fees. Thereafter, the city of Hesperia did the same thing, causing a
Okay,
sense of,
Member Gomez, this
this
is
is
going
to
beyond,
context. No, this is the context, so he understands.
Gomez is going beyond the scope of
No,
this
I'm not.
issue.
I'm gonna,
I
I
will
have to
bring
ask,
this
I
up
have to
back.
let him know if this is the same thing. So my question is this the same thing? Are we talking about those types of connection fees?
Those are the same types of connections.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if I have another question. So my next question is, since we're gonna have the same amount of connection, and when I say same amount, I'm not meaning we're charging the same amounts of fees, but is there a foreseeable issue in the future, as there has been in the past, for connection fees? Or is this something totally unrelated to whatever has happened in the past, and we don't have to rely on the past for something that we're doing today for revenue appropriations and expense revenue appropriations?
I'm not aware of any foreseeable issues. This is an item that we're required to comply with, in that VVWA has an adopted ordinance. We have an obligation to collect and pass those monies through.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And so just to be clear, that 1.3 million in this case, Victorville has an obligation to pay those connection fees. It's not our prerogative to hold them.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. With that said, the chair invites a motion from the Victorville Water District Board of Directors.
So moved to follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second? Chair seconds. Going to move on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Becerra.
Discussion.
Thank you. Chair has no discussion on the pending motion. Member Gomez?
Yes, so it's incumbent upon the members that do represent the VVWRA to have that obligation to pay the fees, but that doesn't mean that there's a prerogative upon them that they will certainly do so. So in order for me to understand the relationships that we had, I had to contextualize what happened with Victorville and what happened with Hesperia, since I'm not the committee board member that sits there. And so it's important to understand that there's a historical issue, and we don't want to repeat something of that nature. So we place it on the record. Hopefully we're reminded consistently that yes, we do have to have revenues to be appropriated, or the maintenance and operations of things like VVWRA, and I get it. So I was asking about the relationship, and if we're going to continue some kind of relationship that severs what we're trying to do at this moment. So I appreciate, I'm sorry. So I appreciate the comment. And so that's my final comment for this item. So thank you so much for letting me speak.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't have any comments.
Thank you. With that said, the discussion on the pending motion is closed. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
When I'm trying to cast a vote and you throw me out.
Gomez has been
saying-
asked to vote.
Yes, I know. So what was the motion?
All right, moving on, Madam Clerk.
Clear the
Mayor Pro
motion
Tem Irving.
that we're voting on?
Yes.
Mayor Jones,
Aye.
Yeah, so what was the motion again?
to approve staff recommendation.
For staff recommendation on Phoebe DeBrey, I'm going to vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, so the Victorville Water District Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Now we're going to move on to item number 22. This is the loan agreement between the City of Victorville and the successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency to fund the administration and operation of the successor agency in the amount of $123,171. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is intended to memorialize the use of city funds to pay for successor agency related admin work based upon a very narrow interpretation by the Department of Finance, which we disagree with, but are forced to live with. That's the way they write the rules. Because certain amounts were held on account at the successor agency that exceeded the amount of enforceable obligations, they did not authorize the payment as normally would be paid in any previous year administrative costs associated with the administering of the successor agency work. So effectively, this item establishes a loan agreement between the city's general fund and the successor agency. It's expected that with the approval of this item, we will then put this loan agreement onto a future ROPS cycle and expecting not only successor agency approval, but we would expect oversight board approval and Department of Finance approval. So with that, the author on this item is your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sophie Smith. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 22-069 and the successor agency board adopt resolution number RSA 22-005, both approving the loan agreement.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. Member Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, just so I understand, all of these obligations and changes and things like that came down from the state after they got rid of our redevelopment agency, correct? We had no say-so in it.
That's correct.
Okay. And we have no say-so in the way the funding is done. It has to be done their way.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes, how many hours have been annotated for administration to work on this dissolving of the RDA, or what comes with this item?
I don't know without, oops, I'm sorry, Ms. Smith can answer that.
It's not a number calculation, Councilmember Gomez, it's a percentage. So on page 1075 of the agenda, there are 3 staff members who are allocated a certain percentage of their pay to work on successor agency items. That's myself, Ms. Kim Scott, our finance manager, and Ms. Jenya Marin, our ED manager.
Okay, aren't these employees salaried?
Yes.
Okay, so are we seeking to approve the loan so we can help the administration with the pay of the salaries, a portion of whatever needs to be done with this item?
Yes.
And how long has the city been looking to dissolve the successor agency?
Since February 1st of 2012, when it became mandated by law.
Do we know when it'll be dissolved, or we can't really calculate that because there's a lot of land that has to be sold and probably other things?
So it is dissolved and now it's a successor agency. It was previously a redevelopment agency. So this is part of the ongoing obligations of the successor agency to continue to pay enforceable obligations of the former RDA.
Okay, so then that means that we're going to continue, then this is something eternal. There is no sunset date?
When all debt, all enforceable obligations are paid off, in this case, I believe it's 2040-ish, then there will be no more activity of the former RDA.
Okay, what did you mean 2040-ish? Was that a figure of dollar?
No, I don't know the exact, if it's 2040, 2041.
Oh, I understand. Thank you. And why, and maybe this is redundant, but why do we need to borrow money?
So for all of the previous years, starting in 2012, we were able to fund the activities and the wind down of the RDA through the ROPS process. In this last year, the DOF took, as Mr. Metzler mentioned, a very strict interpretation of the Health and Safety Code that uses a calculation of RPTTF funds, basically old RDA funds, and allows the allowance to be claimed against those funds. Because our agency actually had cash in hand from the sale of land of the former RDA, those were the funds that we used to pay enforceable obligations. Therefore, there was no new monies distributed, and based on that zero funds being distributed, they allowed zero administrative costs. So this is the one way that we can try to capture those costs and not have the city carry that burden.
Okay, and where is the loan going to come from? What fund or funds?
The general fund,
And has the city formally borrowed for such a cause?
no.
And how can the agency's approval of enforcement obligations fall short of its fiscal needs, now having to revert to ask the city council to borrow these terms?
Yeah, not sure. That's how it's written in law.
Okay. Last question then. I'm baffled as to, you said the city's gonna burden the cost if we don't do a loan. Doesn't it already burden it if we do the loan? Even if we don't do the loan, it's still burdened?
So what the loan allows us to do is the opportunity to claim these costs on next year's ROPS and therefore fund it out of the successor agency, but in the following fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, again, I want to thank you for answering my questions earlier today regarding this item. As a result, I was able to gain a better understanding of what's being proposed this evening for this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And the chair has no questions on this item and moves that the council adopt resolution 22-069 and that the successor agency to the redevelopment agency adopt resolution RSA-22-005. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, and the first was by the chair. Discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Member Becerra?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yes. We have salaried employees working on salary-based wages where there is no overtime allotted. Why would there be strict rules in order to be able to pay when it's already being, it almost seems like there's already a payment being allotted with salary employees. So I don't understand that portion, but that's my comment.
All right, thank you. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion, closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so we've taken action, the council to adopt the first resolution stated and the successor agency to the redevelopment agency to adopt the second resolution as noted by the chair. We're now going to move on to item number 23. And this is calling for the general municipal election and consolidating with the statewide election with the San Bernardino County Registrar of Voters, Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This November, it's our turn to have an election. And to undertake that election, we need to formally call for the election, which is in resolution. And then the second resolution is effectively agreeing that instead of doing an election and administering it entirely by ourselves, that we're wanting to consolidate our election with the countywide election effort. So with that, you've got the accompanying staff report with resolutions. The item was authored by your city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Thompson. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Oh, all right, very good. And Madam Clerk, can we call upon you to read the recommendation?
That your honorable city council adopt resolution number 22-066, for the holding of a general municipal election, and adopt resolution number 22-067 for the consolidation of the general municipal election.
All right, thank you. With that said, we're now going to take questions as to the staff report, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes, in regards to the allotment of the 100K, is that come from several general funds or just one fund? And which fund would that be?
It looks like the general fund, first three numbers are 100.
Okay. And then my next question is, has the clerk advised the register of voters regarding the by-district approval and passage of his resolution? If so, when?
We started that process back in January. Ms. Thompson, do you have anything more to add on that?
Yes, we did transmit all the information relative to the district elections to the county registrar of voters after our December meeting. I believe it was December 21st meeting. I do not have any formal documentation back from the ROV. However, we do know something should be forthcoming as they were focusing on the June election before they started to focus on the items for the November election.
Thank you. And then for clarification, mid to mid-August, mid-July, so July 18th, individuals who would like to run for 2 and 4 can come into your office and request documentation, or how does that even function?
Correct. The filing period opens July 18th.
And it's August.
August 12th is the end date.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am, no questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No question.
Thank you. Chair has none. Invites a motion from council. Thank you. We have a, yes, ma'am. We have a first by Member Becerra.
Second.
And a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Comments on the pending motion, Member Becerra? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No comments.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Not at the moment.
Thank you. Chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra? Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. So we have adopted staff recommendation on that item. Moving on now to item number 24. This is the fiscal year 2022-2023 training schedule for city council members. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. In an attempt to just get ahead of things, we started this, I believe, last year, but because our policy manual requires approval for the attendance of certain business meetings and travel costs associated with, we started putting a calendar before you for you to consider. That way, for items that this council is interested in attending, but yet require advanced notice, advanced planning, a booking of hotels, flights, things of that nature. Staff has an opportunity to do that. So with that, and it actually worked well in this fiscal year. So we, with this item, are carrying that same approach forward. There's a list of conferences. I'm sorry, we're on 24. Yeah. So we've got a list of conferences before you, and the author on this item is your city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Thompson. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Very good. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
Your honorable city council directs staff which business events council will attend during fiscal year 2022-2023 to allow sufficient time for registration and travel accommodations.
Very good. Thank you. Now, questions as to the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Questions?
Yes.
Yes, I do have one question. Miss City Clerk, do we, in this motion or in the direction, do we need to individually state which conferences we will attend or we wish to attend, or simply give you directions on which conferences or activities, events that council, what exactly are you asking for?
So we're asking council to take a look at the events on the second page of the staff report. Those are the items that have traditionally been participated by council.
Right.
Provide direction whether those list of events are sufficient or if there's additional events you wish to participate in, and then who is authorized to attend.
Right, so
Oh, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just interject a thought too. So um, gaining approval by the council for any member, all members to attend doesn't mean that you have to attend. So I don't, it's not necessary to declare now any intent to go. It's just gaining the council's approval to go.
Right. I appreciate you clarifying that for me. I guess where I'm coming from is last year, we had, a bit of a situation. And for me, I think that professional development is important for all council members. And so that's my belief and that's my position. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure, thank you. Member Becerra.
I'm with Mayor Pro Tem Irving. So how do we do this? We say, did I want to go to all of these and then we vote on it, or how are we doing it?
Well, I think that the best bet to go is if we're thinking, unless somebody has other thoughts, but the easiest way is to do it globally. And then when it comes around time to register and so forth, you can make a decision as to whether you personally wish to go or not. There's no loss to the city by approving it all tonight and then not going in the future when the time comes close.
Okay. I'd have to think about that.
Okay, Member Gomez.
What percentage was utilized this year's of the current budget for travels?
I don't have that in front of me.
What about last year's?
I would assume since we were in the pandemic, we did not utilize the amount that was budgeted.
So we don't even have a percentage because people did travel during the pandemic.
I do not have that in front of me.
Okay, thank you. And how much did each council member use of the $16,000 allotted?
I don't have that in front of me at this time.
And which city council members traveled?
During this current fiscal year, those that were authorized, which was Mayor Jones and Councilmember Becerra. And if it related to any of the individual members sitting on a board, if their attendance was required because of that board, then they would have attended whatever event was required.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And Member Becerra, I heard you mention that you had additional questions, so please feel free.
So when the city clerk brought up this motion, and other trips, so we sit on different boards. We sit on VVWRA, we sit on VVTA. We can't add travel approved by the city manager onto this, right? It has to be a different.
I mean, that's a good question, Mr. Metzler.
Can you restate that question, please?
So I sit on SCAG and I sit on VVTA. They're having an event that I've been invited to. But it's not on this, so it hasn't been approved. How can we let you make the decision that if you feel the boards that we sit on, we've been invited to, if we can attend without bringing it to council? Because again, like I said, it could take up to 2 months for it to get here approved. And by that time, the conference is done.
A point of order, that's not within the scope of our travels that we have allotted. That could be agendized.
Yes, thank you very much. That's the point of order is not well taken. It does have to do with travel and how.
It doesn't talk about anything that's an event name.
Sir, would you kindly
So that's
answer
out
the
of
question?
order.
I believe the policy manual actually speaks to that and allows for travel for those members that are required to attend an event affiliated with their role as an appointee by this council to outside agencies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, with that said, the chair invites a motion from the council.
Madam Mayor, I motion Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Mayor Deborah Jones, and myself to attend these events.
I do a counter motion so that equally everybody can travel as leisurely as we have in the past without having any restriction or discrimination against me or anybody else. That's my motion on the floor.
Say, presuming that that's a substitute motion and to correct it, there is no discrimination whatsoever.
If I labeled it there is such.
differences.
I was
of opinion.
ousted and my name
All
was
right,
not added.
so
So you're
we
welcome.
have a substitute motion for everyone. I'm going to just drill it down to what is the most reasonable take from that, and is that for everyone to attend. And so is there
I'll
a
accept
second on the substitution?
I will accept your motion as modified.
All right, we're going to do it that way, or we're going to move on. So the substitute motion is is before the council. Is there a second?
I second that. I think it should be, I
Thank you.
appreciate.
We have a
yeah.
second on the substitute motion. Is there discussion on the substitute motion?
I have discussion.
Sure.
Last year, I excluded myself because I believe that we all should have gone. I really do appreciate my colleague, Member Becerra. However, even though I may not agree with all this certain activities of all of my colleagues, I do stand on the principle that we all should have the opportunity to develop professionally. So that is why I take my position. Thank
Sure,
you.
thank you. Member Becerra?
No discussion.
Okay, Member Gomez?
Absolutely.
All right.
I absolutely means I'm going to respond.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, of course, everybody should have the opportunity. I don't think any one member should state who can and cannot go. That's not within your purview, your attitude, or your authority. And even if the council were to change, that's not the way to conduct equality or fairness for everyone. It just really kind of puts a bad name to decorum and professionalism. So what I'm saying, everyone has the opportunity to go. You don't have any flex power to say, well, I command or I don't. Those kinds of attitudes do not belong in the city council. We're representing the community, and I think the community has voted us for certain reasons, not for exercising authority or fascism. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And so, on that, I've been, I'm in my 4th year now on the council, and I, of course, in my early years would absolutely agree with the concept that, professional development is very important. We need to be able to grow as council members. But having, I'm now of a second mind as it relates to one of my colleagues, and I hate that because it goes against my sense of general professionalism. However, when I have glaring in my face, that Member Gomez was removed from outside agencies because there was no reasonable expectation that if she couldn't follow rules of decorum here, she wouldn't represent the city and follow their rules of decorum in an outside agency. This
Do
council,
you have
some
proof
months
of all that?
This council.
No, you
this
don't.
council
You're just
also
talking off your
some months
ass.
ago
That's all you're doing.
Specialized training in open session because of the misconduct of a council member. The council member still has been recalcitrant, has not learned from that professional development. And furthermore, I couldn't possibly consider council members' attendance because she, unlike
You
all of
just
the
don't like
rest
that
of
I'm
the council
networking.
members,
That's all you don't like.
has not
That's all you
confirmed
don't
or
like.
verified her current residence. So she is violating our policy as we speak. I couldn't possibly put good money
You're
after
not going to
that.
go that way. I'm not Rita.
That
You're not
said,
going to try to
discussion
oust me
here
out.
is-
So it's not going to work for me,
Clerk, will you please take the
Miss
vote?
Mayor. It's not going to work.
Councilmember
Okay?
Becerra?
You're not going to try to get me out like you did with Rita. Oh, she didn't verify her address.
Councilmember Becerra, the motion is Blanca's, Councilmember
Substitute
Gomez's
motion.
substitute motion that everyone should be able to attend.
No.
Councilmember Gomez?
All she needed to hear was Blanca, her animosity, of course.
Member Gomez, your vote.
I did. I said, of course. Is that not comprehensible?
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
No.
Tie vote, motion fails.
All right. So is there so now we're going to be back at the main motion moved by Member Becerra for Councilmember Becerra, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, and the chair to attend all of those conferences or whichever we would choose to at the time. Is there a second? Chair seconds. Discussion on the pending motion, Member Becerra.
I would just like to tell the mayor pro tem, when we go to these conferences and they already know about us, we need to make sure we follow the right way that we should be acting and should be attending. When you go to these, you're representing the city of Victorville. And if you have not learned to behave, you have not learned to be put in a corner, then these classes aren't going to help you. That's it. No further.
Thank you. And Member Gomez.
Yeah, these are not classes. They're called workshops or conferences. Academia has classes. So if you're working on your PhD, master's, or bachelor's, that would be part of it. So I appreciate your comment. That's all my comment I have. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I am very saddened by the fact that, you know, we're all not going to be able to attend these conferences. But I think for the people that elected me, I owe it to them, and I owe it to myself as a sitting councilwoman to attend the conferences and to attend the workshops so that I am up to snuff or up to par where I should be in terms of new trends and, you know, research-based strategies, XYZ, on what's happening in municipalities and happening in the state of California as it relates to cities and city government. So, but I am very saddened by this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And so the chair joins with you in sadness, but for different reasons. You know, we can certainly all agree to disagree. But I do think it's very, very sad that those who are inclined to learn and grow and practice the skills that are learned are going to be punished and not be allowed to go because of one council member who refuses to apply the skills that she's been given in the past and we've paid for in the past. So with that said, the chair closes the discussion on the main motion. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. All right.
Mayor
moving-
Jones, before you move on, just so that I'm clear, we're not engaging in punishing anyone, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make
Although
sure.
we do have the right to discipline, but that's not before the council.
Well, no, right, but I'm not a part of that. Okay, very
Yes.
good. Thank you.
Yes, yes, ma'am, and I appreciate that. I think that was an important remark to make. All right, we're now going to move on to item number 25, the Annual League of California Cities Voting Delegate and Alternate or Alternates. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. In connection with the League of California Cities Annual Conference, there is a meeting, traditionally it's Friday morning, where delegates are asked to participate in helping decide Cal City's policy. And voting delegates have to be approved in advance. They also have to be actually registered to attend. So this is a pre-planning effort for that next annual conference is coming up this September. And so this item is asking the council to consider approving a primary delegate and 2 alternates.
1 alternate or 2? In the past, we've had 1. I think there's an option to do more.
I'm sorry, up to 2.
Yes, thank you.
So the author on this item is Jennifer Thompson, your city clerk. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the city council designate the voting delegate and alternates for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo, September 7th through 9th, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, questions, beginning with Member Becerra.
This is going to be a nomination for the first and then the second, correct?
Well, just want to make sure that we all understand, you know, what this is. So when we get to it, I'll certainly open nominations and go through that process. Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
All right, Member Gomez.
Yes, so you said this is open for nominations. Is that what you stated?
Well, once we get through, make sure that we all understand the purpose of this, make sure that everyone we're on the same page about it. Then we'll look at opening nominations for the voting delegate and voting on that, and then opening nominations on the alternate and voting on that.
Okay, so my question then is, There was just a former one and I thought it said September 7th through 9th. Is that not the same thing as approval of who we've already had as a delegate? Huh? I'm not going, is that what you're saying, Ms. Becerra?
Yeah,
I know you're on camera, don't worry.
point is,
We got it here.
Member Gomez, your point is
Hi.
well taken. That's not necessary.
I know
for
you're,
the
you're
mental
happy, so am I.
privilege. All right, so I think I just want to make sure that I understand. So on the first line, it says Annual League of California Cities Conference,
Yes,
September 7th through the 9th, 2022. That passed.
September 9th.
No, September. It's late. Jeez. Member Gomez, you had me going there. All right. I'm sorry, Member Gomez. I'm sorry. And we'll just give you your time back on that. I would not wish to take away from you. So could you state your question again?
yeah, so I was wondering if September 7th through 9th, that's something different from the former one that you guys just passed for the event names. We have one of them that's very similar.
Okay, so I'm not sure, Mr.
So they're not,
We go to the first one, Annual League of California Cities.
Yes,
And then we go to a voting meeting Friday.
right. It's related to the League of California Cities Conference. So that would be in September. Yeah.
so what is this item asking the city council to do? To delegate the members? We're not going to continue the members from last time?
No, we always, open nominations because someone might be available or not, or be interested or not.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
And then, so I have no questions. So at this time, okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the nominations on the voting delegate. So with that said, are there any nominations?
I nominate myself. Councilwoman Gomez nominates herself.
Okay,
Madam Mayor,
Oh, let Mrs. Irvin's comment.
okay, hold on just a second. I do have one technical question that I have to ask our attorney. So Mr. DeBortnowski, even though the council is not going to send Member Gomez to this per se, there's nothing that prevents her from registering herself and being able to participate in this manner, is there?
That is correct. She could
Okay.
do that if you wanted to nominate her, if she was going to go.
Okay, gotcha. So Member Gomez is nominated. Are there any other nominations?
Myself.
Member
Madam
Becerra-
Mayor.
Hold on, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Member Becerra has just nominated herself. Are there any other nominations? I know. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to make a nomination?
I was going to nominate you.
Okay, thank you very much for the nomination. The chair accepts the nomination. All right, with that said, are there any further nominations? Again, further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, nomination period is closed. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote? Each member, please state the name of the person that you would like to be the voting delegate.
Councilmember Becerra,
Mayor Jones.
Councilmember Gomez,
Myself.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Great point of order. There's a lot of side talk.
Granted, thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Mayor Jones.
Mayor Jones.
Me, although I was going to vote for Member Becerra. So, okay,
Mayor Jones receives majority vote.
thank you. All right, so now we're going to open nominations for the alternate on this, and the chair opens nominations.
I
Mayor
nominate
Jones.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Oh, no, I nominate Member.
Wait, hold on. Mayor Pro Tem, do you accept the nomination?
No, I nominate Mayor, sorry. I know, I called you Mayor Becerra. I'm sorry. I nominated Councilmember Becerra.
All right, thank you. Member Becerra, do you accept the nomination? Yes. Are there further nominations?
Yes, I'm going to nominate myself.
Thank you. All right, and with that said, Madam Clerk, well, there's no other nominations to be had. So Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra,
Myself.
Councilmember Gomez,
Councilmember Blanca Gomez.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Councilwoman Becerra.
Mayor Jones.
Councilmember Becerra.
Councilmember Becerra receives majority vote.
Thank you. All right, so the council's taken action to appoint the chair as the voting delegate and the alternate as member Becerra. We've not done this in the past to make two alternates. Is there any appetite for that this evening?
No,
No from, okay. Mayor Pro Tem, is there any appetite for you to have?
No, no. I have an appetite for steak.
Me
Yes,
too.
my opinion is that there should be a second alternate.
Okay, very good. And the chair is not inclined to do a second alternate. So the consensus is that we're going to stick with what we have at this point. All right, moving on to item number 26. This is the update on affordable housing project in Old Town.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Based upon this council's request for information regarding a project, it had authorized us to proceed in pursuing an exclusive negotiating agreement and negotiating terms. We've actually summarized where we're at in this particular case. Not sure precisely why or the focus for this item being brought back, but effectively in having reviewed the matter, it appears that we are in a period of time that is expired with the housing developers. And at this point, not sure exactly how to proceed other than it's my view that based upon all that's been occurring amongst the parties, we're pretty far apart in coming to final terms. With that, that's all we can offer at this time. Staff's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, excuse me. All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Well, there's really no recommendation. This is an informational piece only, but we are going to go ahead and take questions and comments totaling 2 minutes from each member, should they wish. We'll begin with Member Gomez.
No, you caught me off guard, so I'm going to look at what you were talking about right now.
Okay, we're on item number 26, but I'll move on and then come back to you.
Thank you.
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm the person that requested the update. And based on the backup material in our packet, it appears that there has been an extension, at least on May 24th, 2022, excuse me. So with that understanding, I understand that the biweekly meetings are ongoing. That would be good news, correct? That's good news, is it not?
I feel a little awkward in discussing this publicly
Well,
because
I'm sorry, you did say we are in negotiation, so perhaps we don't want to talk about it at this time. I just look forward to, I got the backup material and I read it, so I await more good news and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
if I might, Madam Pro Tem, I'm not optimistic based upon what I know about where we're at with this development group. Unfortunately, it's my view that perhaps an attempt was to reach out either by the developer or acquaintances of the developer to actually try to exercise influence over this council by raising this item to its attention. And there, based upon my review, I can see potentially why, considering how far apart we are in some of the discussions.
I see. I take away, okay, I understand. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, Member Gomez, we're coming back to you.
Yes, is this item related to the housing crisis in Senate Bill 2? It has a different bill, but that doesn't mean it doesn't overlap with different bills.
No.
So this has nothing to do with housing. Is that correct?
It was a proposed housing project, yes.
So it does have to do with housing, but it doesn't have to do with the housing crisis. Is that what you say? No?
I don't know how it relates to the housing crisis other than there's clearly a need for additional housing, and this project would provide additional housing.
Okay, thank you for responding honestly. Is this a capital improvement project that we have set up somehow for this year or formally that we're addressing?
No.
And would these funds be subsidized by any federal, state, or any local loans?
To my knowledge, no,
What about grant dollars?
not that I'm aware of.
So CHAS, the Housing Asset Successor, they are not part of HUD funding or anything that has to do with HUD dollars?
No.
Okay, so then why are we addressing affordable housing in Old Town where there's no federal, no state, no local fundings, no loans, and no grants?
So this has more to do with the role the city has undertaken as the housing asset successor. So similar to the conversations we've had about the former redevelopment agency, where we have a wind down responsibility for the redevelopment agency as it related to the housing set aside funds that made up redevelopment. The dissolution law treated housing set aside funds differently in that because there was a goal to still continue to try to provide housing or satisfy housing needs, housing successors were allowed to exist where they were able to keep their funds available and their assets being land. So long as the money or the assets were used to further affordable housing. This property particularly is subject to the provisions of law that require that they be made available for housing purposes, such as what was being intended here, and do that by a certain date. And I believe the deadline date is August of this year. I believe it's in the staff report. So the staff report has the exact date. However, to the extent that the housing successor is not able to satisfy the property being used and placed under construction, then the housing successor agency is effectively obligated to put the property up for sale. The proceeds of that sale then would then get deposited with the housing asset successor and be used to further affordable housing needs.
Okay, so with your explanation, all I heard was money, 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 but when I asked loans or grants, it was stated that no. So where am I missing the point? How do you construct something without dollars, without loans, without funds, without appropriations, without revenues, without maintenance and operation? How does that play into this particular item?
Well, as it was originally intended, this item, the assets themselves, the actual property could be used to further affordable housing development. And that was to be accomplished by August of this year. Being that it likely can't make that deadline. In fact, it won't make that deadline because it's not far enough along in the project. The discussions have taken too long. The alternative then becomes that the property has to be sold, and that sale will generate money that then would get deposited to the housing asset successor. For then the housing asset successor can use that money to try to further affordable housing goals.
Okay, since that portion of your explanation is not delineated within the reporting, is it not implicit then that if there was this deal that went through, there has to be someone that rents or occupies and money has to be exchanged for money to be a part of this decision? Because I didn't have that information. You kind of gave us something ahead that I wasn't anticipating in the reporting.
Well, the information I shared was responding to a question. The original ask by this council in bringing this item forward didn't ask for that information. It just asked for an update regarding the project.
Okay, and what are those housing set aside funds?
Housing set aside funds were generated from tax increment when redevelopment agencies existed, to where 20% of all tax increment had to be set aside as housing set aside funds.
Okay, and since we're since the deal's not gonna go through, we have information that we were not.
Your
privy
time is
to
up.
Beforehand. I appreciate your response to the
Thank you,
questions
Member
that I
Gomez.
asked. Thank you.
All right, Member Becerra. Thank you. And the chair has no questions on this. And this again is an informational piece only. So with that said, we're going to move on to our final section on our agenda. And we're at item number 27, City Manager Reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'll go ahead and forward this update to you as well. But I'm pleased to share with you today, we got notice in having been awarded another grant. This grant is in the order of about $150,000, and it's a grant that this council authorized us applying for. It's a grant called the Pet Assistance and Support Grant, which will allow those monies to be used to support our kennel operation out at the interim shelter and wellness center. So that's news that we just got today. Those funds will have to be spent by June 30, 2025. I don't exactly think we're going to have a problem spending those monies because we do have an operation that can use those funds. In addition to that, we've got updated operating hours for our library. The city library has increased its hours of operations and will now be open Monday through Friday from 9 to 6 and Saturday from 9 to 3. We also have a do-it-yourself craft event that's going to start at the library every Wednesday beginning June 15th through July 20th. And that's from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Also on the building side, Dollar General is located or is being located southeast of Village Drive and north of Mojave Drive. That project is in plan review and has been approved by all of your departments. So with that, that's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. And so now we're going to move on to item number 28. This is discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yeah, so the first thing is agenda to report how many human beings and animals in the city get hit or killed in the process of action, in the process of them being out in the city of Victorville. I'm requesting action and discussion to be added to the next available agenda.
All right, thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
The next one is monthly reports of city-related business that the manager attends to be supplied to the city council.
I'm not sure that I understand it. Would you mind?
Yes, of course, of course. I don't know what the city manager is doing every day, let alone every week, let alone every year. And so I know it's funny, but no worries. I misinterpreted. Apologies for that misinterpretation. I just want to know what the city manager is doing. It's not coming through. So when he's allowed to give us, the members can find out as well.
I think I understand. All right, is there a second? Hearing no second, motion dies.
The next one is by department quarterly presentations presented to the city council for purposes of updates.
All right. To make that a normal process.
Quarterly, yeah, quarterly process.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
And then crime report updates based on how the ALPRs are functioning in the city to be presented in the next agenda.
Okay, that's a first. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
Yearly acknowledgement for Pride June month of recognition at the city for each month every year thereafter.
Okay, I think that's already been decided by Mr. Metzler as part of, he's undertaken that as a part of his, it's within his purview to do that. Is that your intention, Mr. Metzler?
For this year, yes, I do.
Yes, okay.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yearly council travel budget updates and costs associated with the attendance of events as a report to be in the next regular meeting.
Okay, is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
And then the last one is monthly city manager memo reports on how he has exercised his purchasing power since there was an increase of 150,000 on the next scheduled meeting.
All right, is there a second? Motion dies.
That's it.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm asking something. I don't know if we've ever done this before, but may I have the opportunity to request that we adjourn our meeting in memory of someone, a member of the Community Services Advisory Committee for the City of Victorville has passed away. And I would like for us to adjourn in.
I think that's lovely. I think
Yes.
that's lovely. The chair would be inclined to do that, and I can't imagine anyone opposing it. May I ask-
Okay, additionally, I just want to say
Mayor
this
Pro
is
Tem, may I ask who that is?
Loretta Bowden.
This is a member of our CSAC?
Yes, ma'am. She was my appointee. Yes. Okay, in addition, I will be contacting the city clerk and you to see if we can perhaps have her family come to Chambers or send something to the family in her honor.
Sure,
That-
and that
that
would
is
be
it.
like a normal
Thank
process
you.
of
Okay.
requesting a ceremonial item for sure.
Okay.
All right.
Nothing
member-
else, ma'am.
Oh, and I'm sorry, did you have anything to bring to the agenda?
No, ma'am, that's it.
All right, thank you. Member Becerra? Thank you, and
For point of order, don't we have to vote for that?
no,
So that's not even to bring anything to
she's
the.
not requesting agenda items. She was
Okay,
just,
got it. Thank you.
all right. And so the chair has none. We'll move on to item number 29, reports from council members, beginning with Member Gomez.
Absolutely. I'm so engaged in the community and it's wonderful to be at the Brentwood area and then many areas of the city of Victorville, one by one, dealing with the different traumas that unfortunately many of the people in government in uniform bring to our community members. So I've introduced myself to several members in several parts of the communities, especially those new developments that we have a lot of housing developments that are coming in, letting them know that there's an opportunity to come and meet their council members, as well as bring their thoughts of what concerns they may have. And I've also had the opportunity to engage in various meetings at various cities, and that was a privilege. And that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
At this time, I do not have anything that I would like to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
I have a feeling you're going to discuss our concert in the park, so I'll leave that one.
You go ahead. Okay.
Go
I'm
ahead.
surprised Mr. Metzler didn't. So,
Bring it about, but go ahead. And that's all. I just want to invite everybody down. It's every Friday, but you go ahead and talk about
no, you go ahead and talk about it. So, I thought you meant for the upcoming week. Okay, so just having attended the normal kind of meetings that I do, so SBCTA general policy meetings and so forth. I did have the privilege of attending by Zoom the Fish and Game hearings on whether to list the Western Joshua Tree under CISA. That was about 8 hours long, and I was blessed to be able to speak my 1 minute. I represented the council's position on the subject. That matter is going to come up before that board again in October. I also attended and was an invited speaker at the Dr. Prem Reddy Scholarship Ceremony, where they gave 84 scholarships to those who chose career paths in healthcare. And I attended with colleague mayors in the region and with state level dignitaries, the San Bernardino County unveiling of the Curtain of Courage, which I would invite everyone to go and take a moment and pause and think about it. This memorial honors the 14 people killed during the December 2nd, 2015 terrorist attack on the Inland Regional Center. Most killed were county employees. The ceremony was impactful and certainly healing. On the, as to our first Victorville Sings concert in the park last year, second year in a row. We had a great turnout, which was a blessing because the winds were really high. So this, I think it spoke well to how much people are really excited about these kind of events. And then I also attended the Juneteenth community event at Trinity Lutheran Church put on by Chan. So thank you to CJ. It was quite moving, quite inspirational, and wonderful to attend. I also this morning took the liberty to, even though it's not a policy position, I did represent the council because I think I have a good pulse on how the council feels about this. So Chick-fil-A, there was a celebration there this morning on their hiring of a gentleman, an adult named Stephen Hall, who successfully completed a specialized training program so that he might be able to live more independently and contribute goodness to our community. This is a man in his 30s with special needs. So he is learning to live more independently. I made sure that I conveyed that this whole council has a heart towards those in our community with special needs. And then I attended the ribbon cutting grand opening for P7 Apparel Wear. P7 Apparel Wear, say that 10 times. Again, so congratulations to Kevin Riley and Dawn. And with that said, before Mayor Pro Tem, I ask you to adjourn. Once our business is concluded, as a matter of housekeeping, all council members, staff, and audience members will kindly vacate council chambers and City Hall within 10 minutes. That's 10:06, so that these facilities may be cleaned and secured for the evening. Mayor Pro Tem, it's my privilege to hand you the gavel to adjourn our meeting.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Miss Loretta Bolden, a longtime resident of the city of Victorville and a member of our Community Services Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank
The
you.
meeting is adjourned.
Yes, thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you.